Hi everyone, we're live. How are you? I hope you're doing awesome. Welcome to the stream. I've been messing with everybody. I just all pulled them into the live channel, unbeknownst to them, and they're probably like, ah! I'm so terrible. Welcome, Yalgard. Welcome. I hope you guys are awesome. We're gonna play some Golf from Friends to start with tonight. We may switch over to some other games. We're here. Let's have fun. It's Friday. Yeah. If you want to join us, just let me know. Peek-a-boop! Boop! Boop to you guys too. Let me go grab a Discord real quick. It's Friday. You got it. You know it. Why is golf so loud? Let's see. Well, hello, friends. Welcome. Hi, Thor. Hi, Rain.
Oh.
Jay. Lemon Drop. Tank.
I'm still sorting my Pokemon card.
Pokemon. The game has been started up. You guys know the password.
I'm loading in. Yep, I'm already in.
No.
Sweet. Welcome.
You guys missed it, but I has a GameStop exclusive lechon. And hold on. I gotta show you the special one. It's a secret.
Rain
rare.
is sharing
Like a
Pokemon
ultra
cards.
rare.
Yes.
It's
3
$100
stars.
card. Got me a $100 card.
Congratulations, Rain.
That's okay.
Alright, I see Thor in there.
I see the Thor. I don't see the lemon drop though.
Nope. Oop.
We'll work harder. God.
As you gonna play golf with us? Meow, you gonna play? Meow. Ha ha ha. I mean, I could ask. I wish.
Yep, I don't.
Can't. I don't think I own it, but I'll watch the stream. Okay. Alrighty. And if we get enough that want to play Scribblo in a little bit, we'll Scribble.io, we will too.
That's gonna be hard to do if I drink
No.
too much.
That's my language.
What the
Getting ready for chores. Ooh, chores. Welcome, Turtle.
Ew. Not the chores.
Yeah, chores are gross.
62,
Ew.
low,
Yuck.
66.
Okay, I think everybody's here that's playing. I think everybody's in. Thank you so much for the invite. You are welcome.
I'll
Let's
try to make it yellow so you look like you have a halo.
Aw.
Oh well.
It didn't turn yellow.
Oh well.
Oh, you tried. You're welcome, Yell. Yeah.
I got a few people.
Okay.
Right?
Yay.
Let's see. We have some text boxes around.
One page left in this that's empty before my.
Can I
Alright,
just be
do I
honest?
sound
have
good?
no
I think so.
idea what's going
So
on.
I can fit every
Playing
single
golf.
Pokemon that they have currently in my binder. Except for the region lock
Alright.
ones, because I have the region ones too. I need a place for this.
Let's go. Oh, dang it.
Lag. I
No
missed
luck.
it.
Oh, you have stars. I like the stars much better than the balloons.
Right.
I keep forgetting to change mine.
I
I have to back. I think I have to back all the way out to change it. I don't think I can change it without kicking you guys, so I never change it. Oh, I love the bow. Rose, I love the bow.
Here we go with the innuendos, starting off strong.
Oh
The
no.
only way to play golf.
Cheers.
I've been drinking for like the last hour to 2 hours.
Yeah, no wonder you've been extra spunky.
I also showered before I went to work today.
Sure.
Proud of
I
you.
showered before bed.
Hole in one.
It's been a whole weird day today.
Oh yeah. GG, thank you, meow.
Yeah, my car was hit by a cart.
Oh.
It's that windy here that a couple stray carts made it out of the cart corral, and I was sitting in my car at work because I was leaving, and
Can't watch
I
that.
was catching up with texts and stuff. And next thing I know, I hear a thud hit my car. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought
Oh,
someone hit my
no.
car. No, it was a stray cart. And then apparently, like an hour later, one of the cart corrals went right across the parking lot and hit a car. Like the whole cart corral itself, because it was not bolted into the cement.
Well, that's scary.
Pew.
I just find it hilarious because that's how windy it is.
Do
today.
this. Another hole in one. Yeah. We're doing good.
Cheater.
I'm cheating? Yep.
I have one bogey is too
I got all the hacks, all the cheat codes.
All the
Definitely not.
cheat codes. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you are 2 minutes late. I knew it.
And if your
Need to
cameras
stop
won't work, let me know. You might just have to disconnect and reconnect. It's probably because I dragged you over.
There we go.
even there.
Heck yes, hole in one.
Nice one, lady.
Hole in
So I put
3.
my region
Just
one
kidding.
on my-
Another hole in one. I'd love to play someday, and for now, I love watching. Aw. I hope you can play someday, Meow.
One day we will get Meow to be able to play with us.
Nazi, I'm surprised you don't have this game.
And then maybe we can hear more of Meow's voice.
Ah!
Bye guys, I don't know who we lost. So goodbye. Hello. Welcome back.
Oh, Tank, you didn't bump me hard enough. Welcome, Cuff. Welcome, welcome. Cuff is using your scream rain and the roar. Burns himself. He lit himself on fire. Welcome.
Oh no.
What words?
Mono, I think there is nobody left.
I don't want to go. I wanted another hole in one. Yes, I have wine. We're ready to go. We're all set.
You see her bald spot?
Yo. Are you gonna play golf with us, Cuff?
She got no bald spot. She had to be dehydrated.
I went at that a little bit harder than I should have. Oh, now I just messed it all up.
Hi, thank you.
There goes my score.
Got it.
Appreciate the kisses.
I can't get this right. What's the percentage? It's like just, maybe I just had dinner, so I'm chilling. Okay. Let's see.
Like 2.5.
Yeah, I did like less. I did like in between both of those. And I did it all wrong.
I usually use the back.
70%? Yeah. Psyduck appears. Catch the Psyduck. Meow.
Might be.
Now are you gonna catch it? Nope, Rain's gonna catch it. Look at that. We're throwing out that ultra. Oh god, Rain's here! We get all the screams! I swore to scream twice, roar once, arrogant.
Sorry,
You guys are
Mono, I forgot
beating
it
up
was
my
that.
ears. Y'all are beating up my ears.
I don't know. I'm just gonna use up my Ultra Balls until they're empty and then use my regular Pokeballs, because using regular Pokeballs, I don't get any.
Oh, yeah. Cheers, guys. Cheers. I have wine. I'm probably gonna drink it too fast and have to get more because it's hot.
Cheers.
I mean, Mono's hot too, not just the weather.
Oh, one on that one.
Guys, you guys. Thank you, Rain, for the compliments.
Also,
Oh,
this one's
so
actually
yours
not
says
that bad.
apple slices? I heard those are actually really good.
So they're okay. Some of them are okay. This is the first time I've had the strawberry apple one, and it's really good.
If you guys are wondering, we're talking about the Bud Light
Ugh.
seltzers. I've heard they're actually really good. The flavors are really good, I heard, compared to any other seltzer out there.
Yeah, I really like the flavors that Bud Light offers for their seltzers. 'Cause
Somebody
they
just told me
actually
about them
have flavor,
today.
and it's not just, you know, slightly flavored spicy water.
So far, it was like lately the Mountain Dews have been my favorite. I tried the Monster ones, and the only flavor I like out of there is the peach. The Scary Berry, to me, even though it's not blue, tastes like blue food coloring, and I don't get it. It's so gross. It tastes like, I don't know, blue cranberries. I don't know, and it's pink, so I don't get it.
That's okay. Rose just said she would put Fireball in Rain's drink, and I was like,
You like Scary Berry? It's so scary and gross.
because we're not
Sorry.
in high school.
Sorry.
Well,
You gonna put Fireball
they
in
have a
what?
regular crisp apple one, so that one would be really good with the crisp apple.
Sorry to interrupt for 2 seconds.
No.
The guy who I'm playing Call of Duty with, he's from Oban,
Mhm.
and I know him quite well. I'm just, because obviously I want to spend time with you guys, I'm just wanting to see whether it's alright for him to come and join.
Don't do that.
you-
Yeah,
Usually I don't let new people, but if you trust that they're gonna like watch their language, that's cool and everything.
Yeah, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, he's from around here, he does
Yeah,
wear, he
yeah.
does like me, so...
Yeah. But you know what I mean, like over the top.
Do you trust him?
Yeah, he's
Do you
alright,
trust
I
him?
trust him. He's actually
Okay.
a bit more refined than I am, put it that way.
More refined than you, then he's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
If they're
Have a
more
nice
refined than
job.
you, yeah.
You can't trust people, only cats. Oh, chat says I can only trust cats. So,
Well,
is he a cat?
he's a
I'm
cool
a
cat.
dog.
Okay, he's a cool cat.
Get the fuck off.
Yeah,
Then you can invite him to Discord. You gotta get off Slice because you're not a cat, you're a duck.
like he's playing on
Yeah, you're
Xbox
just
at
free
the moment.
food.
He's on Xbox.
Yeah, food's allowed to stay.
Try
Hey,
it.
hey, calm down, relax.
He's-
Fuck out of here.
Hold on, 2 seconds.
He's a cool guy.
He's on Xbox at the moment, so I don't know how well the transition's
Oh,
going
I
to be
have
to get him
Ugh.
into it. But if you don't mind, I'm gonna give him the link to this.
Yeah. I don't know if the game's cross-compatible, though. I don't think it is, but
This
yeah.
one's cranberry apple.
I mean,
So
well,
this
he
might
has,
even
Okay.
be better with the fireball.
he
Ooh.
has golfer friends and
Cranberry apple and fireball?
Yeah,
That sounds like
that's
apple
what-
pie.
so I'm gonna give him the link to.
No,
General.
Discord?
cranberries with
Yeah.
cinnamon.
Go for it.
I'm gonna give him the link
Cranberry
to
should be
General.
okay with cinnamon.
Like all of them.
And
Taste blue. Yes! It does
I
taste
think we
blue.
might
Scary
actually
berry
be able
tastes
to use your
blue.
microphone, Rose, since we can't hear you from his.
Yeah, we can't hear you from his.
so I'm gonna give him the link to General, and if you see him in General, just drop him down.
So it says you're muted.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, because I can't.
Okay.
Tell him to join the waiting party once you give him the link.
I don't know how to unmute.
Sound.
Hit the Windows key.
Jay, we're gonna have words.
What's that?
You're in my way.
Aw, denied. Denied. So close. No. We can hear you just a little bit better than before. Oh, I can turn you up. Yay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
There we go.
fancy
Heck
gadgets.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're fine using your own mic. I can't.
Yeah. I don't know whatever setting Thor did on his thing, but yeah, we can't hear an echo from you now.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, we can only hear y'all individually.
Oh shit. I was so focused. I don't even know where the hole is.
Oh, it's behind you.
Oh! Oh no.
You gotta jump.
I tried. There we go.
Come on, you got this.
I'm panicking!
Oh, now there we go.
Panic.
Panic and run. Panic and run.
There we go. Oh, pause.
Alright, so if Rose yells, then we hear an echo. But otherwise, it's okay.
I'll try to keep the yelling to a minimum.
It's okay, we just know you're having fun when we yell.
Mm-hmm.
When we hear the echo, you're having fun.
Jeez, Rose, keep it down.
Echo, echo, echo! Oh, I hit the wrong spot. I forgot I know where the right spot is. What is this?
It's my crab claws. It's a thing I do.
Are we doing the crab rave?
Yes.
Sure.
It's like spoken word snapping, except.
With
Oh,
Jasmine.
yeah.
With
I've
Jasmine.
just always, I've done the crab claws forever.
Oh, God.
Can't help it.
Yeah, I guess jazz hands is more to the side, not up, but...
Spear fingers!
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Is it full send here?
Yes.
Full send.
Yes.
Yeah, on that one.
Don't touch
Afro,
me.
welcome! Nico, Nico, Nee! Friend, welcome to the stream! Ah! Jay!
Ooh, I got an albatross.
I had that one.
Jay!
Same. Also, I don't know what that dang is.
Brooke, what are you doing? Are you eating my
I'm gonna
plants?
send you off into the.
Here.
Why?
You better go, or else I'm gonna. You're gonna.
Oh, bitch, eat my
Oh.
plants.
No
Eat my
pressure.
plants.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my. Oh, I forgot to do a thing. Thor's
I
in the
have no
lead.
idea which one she's cheering on, but she was probably
I
going
have to
for
maintain my
Lily.
lead.
Oh yeah, because I'm in such a threat.
You are in the lead.
Lilies are poisonous.
I know. I'm very well aware that they're poisonous.
Oh,
Oh.
Jake.
Lilies for like 3 years.
I'm out to get tanked tonight. Like, I've hit him I don't know how many times, not on purpose. He's gonna think it's on purpose, though.
No.
Almost.
No!
I had to check the long way today.
I keep
Mm.
skipping the rim.
Come on, you gotta stop with the rim job, man.
Yeah.
What? What the fuck? What did I miss?
So,
It's just a game. It's just a game. Nothing to see here. It's just a game.
a rim around a drink. She calls it a rim
Yeah,
job.
yeah. Last thing I
And
was
she'll
remember
go to
was
the
golfing
bar.
with friends and then
Order
was
like
A
a.
rare parrot. Duck.
Oktoberfest
Zing.
style.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Can I get a rim job with it?
Yes.
At a
At the
bar.
bar. And I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, I
Oh,
don't think that
jeez.
means what you think it means.
Definitely not. Oh, Mama Thor.
Oh,
Tank!
no.
You touched me. How rude.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I
Yes.
would have had a hole in one had Tank not touched me.
Not
I
no.
got a hole in one. I don't usually get one on that map, but I did this time.
How the fuck did you do that?
Thor's dunce cap.
That was amazing.
Thank
I
you.
thought it was a party
That's-
hat.
No, it's a
Damn.
dunce cap.
As Thor says, you gotta like shoot for the V and
Yeah.
something like that. How's it go, Thor? Shoot for the V and.
Yeah,
It
if you
worked,
aim for
it
the
worked.
V, you'll get it in the hole every time.
You're not wrong.
Nope.
Not wrong
God
at
dang
all.
it.
It was a hole in one, so.
Which one was it? Was it?
No, Rose! Oh my goodness! She got a hole in one.
No,
Nice.
Ugh.
not that one.
Rigged.
Nah.
I do say I'm a whole house dessert. Oh my god.
I'm trying to find Thor's again. I can't.
I want
As
No,
soon as you
Beth.
slam your ball into my wall, I got all the wood right in my face, Thor. There you go, Thor. There's the other Thor quote.
That's not it either. I'm going to find it.
We're waiting on Lady Rain.
Oh, there we go. 42.
Go to the top of the V and just roll
Hey.
in.
You know, it's the answer to.
Too careful though, shoot.
The universe. No, the ultimate question.
The answer to life, you know?
Life?
43.
That was a number.
To-
42. Good-
Okay,
good
I'm
try.
way too drunk to. I'm trying to remember. It's the 42 is the answer to the most ultimate question of life and existence. That's the way it goes. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody back me up. At least, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe that is correct
Thank
by Google standards, at least.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh no.
Ah! I get hit! Oh no, I don't want to go in there. Oh, I jumped it! I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna miss it, but I don't want to get stuck against that
Get your tail.
wall. Oh, there it is. You found the quote. Number 42.
Yes.
Jeez. That's what y'all were talking about.
Yeah.
Gotta go. See unicorn cat and cats. Alright, meow. Good luck with your chores. Catch you later, man. Come hang out. Come join us. Catch you later, friend.
Oh wow,
Cheers.
how's that happen?
Oh no!
That's close.
I'll take the double bogey.
Bye. Are you saying that because I live in Florida? Just kidding. Catch you later, Gator.
Oh god. No, it's,
Gators here.
It's not crocodile.
I know.
no, it's see you
I'm
later,
just-
Gator, after a wild crocodile.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. I did it.
I do like the bongo Yoshi. Why is Yoshi blue though?
It's a shiny. Oh, it's a Squirtle Yoshi. I think it looks like a Squirtle Yoshi.
Maybe. Squirtle and Yoshi had a baby.
Yeah,
But there are different kinds of Yoshi,
Oh.
right?
Wait.
maybe. Oh wait, no, it's just the blue Yoshi.
Yeah, how many played Yoshi Island? I mean,
Yes?
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
walk
well,
Doggo real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
yeah, I guess.
Good
You
luck.
guys can start without me.
It's a good game, but you're gonna.
No, we can't start without you. Good luck.
Hold up.
Oh. Anybody else joining? Feel free to join.
I want to join, but I don't know how.
Are we friends on Steam yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Hold up.
Oh, we need to be Steam friends. So I'm gonna post my Steam in chat. Let's see.
Okay. Yes.
There's my Steam. You click on that link and send me a friend request, and then I can invite you to the game once you start up the game. I'm gonna troll some people if I can.
Wait, you post in general chat?
No, it's stream chat, but I can send it to you directly. Hold on.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
The stream chat just has it there. Yeah, let's see. Dun, dun, dun.
Getting warmed up again. There we go.
My bad.
It helps if I put my fingers on the right keys. Let's see. There you go. There you go, friend. Alright, I gotta go to my Steam. And
you should have a friend request now.
yes, I see it. One new invite.
Hey.
Ending. Oh, it's a duck. I think I'll accept. The more ducks, the more snacks, right, Rain? Oh, Rain's not here.
Relax. Let's back it up one time at least. I'm not gonna accept the friend request. I know where this is going. Yeah, I've seen the movies.
Your feathers are beautiful. Cats do agree.
No, I don't agree.
Alright. Alright.
I need the password. I'm sorry.
Yes, the password is kimono with a lowercase k.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's do it again. Man.
There you go.
Thank you.
Drink water, thank you, Azzy. Don't drown me.
There you go.
I'm waiting for the excessive drinking of water. You sure it should be wine?
Gotta get you some liquid IV.
Yeah. It's getting low. I think after this round I'll have to refill it.
Oh no, so will I.
We'll have to take a break. Okay.
Wait, Mono! Tomorrow's
Oh.
April 1st!
Oh,
Are you at the finish line?
We don't
no.
first.
What does that mean?
I thought that you were on April 1st, you were done with the 60-hour weeks.
Oh, yeah. I'm at the finish line, but I may have to do a little bit more. But yes, I'm at the finish line. I have a couple pieces left to do, so I'm so happy. I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm like right there. Right there. It just depends on how many changes they throw at me at this point. But the round one, the big round, is almost complete. It's like 98% done.
That's awesome.
I'm happy.
You can do it.
And I'll probably finish it this weekend. So.
Candyland, yeah.
I'm happy. That's some guy. Hello, welcome to the stream. All right, we changed it to Candyland. Welcome. Hope you guys are doing awesome. We're doing some golf with friends. You play?
Win over me.
Meow is here. Welcome, Meow.
Fishing stuff.
All right. Let's like There we go.
Oh, I'm so good.
Did you get a hole in one?
Almost.
Almost. It's my first time here. Yes, it is. It's his first time in chat. I can see it. It tells me, welcome though. I've watched this game being played before. It's so much fun. I'm here with a bunch of friends. I have Jay and I have Lemon Drop and Lady Rain and Thor and Mailguard and Tank and Sliced Duck. Which we are giving a hard time because he's in a cat's Discord and he's a duck. He's our chosen victim of the night.
Yeah,
It could change.
I can take
could
but
change.
Yeah. To a point. At one point, I'm just gonna go.
Well, everyone likes a bit of slice meat every now and then.
Ah.
Yep.
So what games?
Slice duck? No.
What games are you currently playing? That's them.
Oh no.
Oh no! Come back, Rose! You got this!
Oh my god. I hate everything.
Just tap it in.
Ooh, 9 strokes!
Res
baby!
4 is
Off to a
good.
Great start.
Hey! Who's
Bro,
number
Tarcraft
one?
makes me lose
First
my...
time playing? What's up, guys?
I'm probably going to be on Tarkov tonight. Ah! You're wrong. Come on. for giving to new players.
Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good.
Yeah, I think it rewards regulars and beats the crap out of newbies and non-regulars.
Please, somebody stop me. Oh, can't take. I think my heart skipped a beat. I don't know.
Why did your heart skip a beat? You know Jay's gonna win this round.
I got a hold
He's
one.
secretly the pro and just doesn't tell us. I think his first time ever playing the game was last week, but yeah, he got like first place all the time.
I was doing good, but not that good.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm just warming up, so it's all good.
Ah, that's fine. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. It sounds like that's really cool that you're helping other people under 15.
I can.
Sign you up, Thor. He wants help.
Ah, no shot. Okay.
I'm scared. This thing's gonna get me. Ooh, I made it through.
Magic trick. Look at this.
Yes. Magic?
Almost.
Almost.
Ooh, too hard.
Ah, I went way over.
Who was that?
Oh, my mic is working. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Somebody with a whistle.
Welcome,
man.
Meow.
I need to talk to you. Backstage.
we can hear you, Meow. Wow.
Oh, okay, you hear me? Hi.
Hello, I can hear your voice. I gotta turn you up. I didn't realize you were talking. I was like, oh my god, he's talking.
Hello, meow.
Oh, my cat.
It's a weird. yeah. Duck, you're being surrounded by cats.
Yeah.
Don't get nervous. Don't get nervous.
I don't know. It's pretty close
Hi, Kim. Hi,
to
Jay. Hi, Lemon.
Yeah, guys.
AFK Rain. Thor. Racing Tank. What else we got?
Yes.
I don't
Hello,
know,
Tiger.
ducks can be pretty aggressive.
Ducks can be aggressive.
Absolutely. Don't
They taste good,
mess with us.
They taste good. Especially sliced duck, right?
Hey, don't say sliced duck. That undermines.
I'm not going to.
Right?
I'm not a fan of duck.
Very aggressive. I'm a bad dude, you know.
I like chicken.
No. Not like sliced chicken. Nothing like that.
Duck is winning. Oh no, Jay, are you gonna let that go?
I'm just saying, it's my first time playing, you know.
No, it's not.
It is.
Too hard on this.
Ah.
That was bad. Wait, what?
I never made it far. I've seen the struggles Imp has with you, with you, Thor. Oh no! Are they talking about you, Thor?
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm not on Twitch right now. I'm on the Discord app, so I don't see what's going on.
That's okay. Do we just stream it in Discord? I think I can.
Rosie, why?
Yeah, you did the. You was
Come on.
Alright, you go first.
If it behaves.
Ah,
Okay, you went over the top that
no,
time.
don't look at me right now. No.
Yeah, we're all watching you. All eyes.
Eyes to duck.
Double bogey.
See
Quack.
you, Doc?
Okay, look at this then.
Oh, you're gonna get a hole in one.
Ooh.
No,
Nope.
oh, hole in one. Oh,
No, he's gonna get a
I
birdie.
love you, but no.
No, it's definitely not.
Okay, 6 strokes.
Aw, sweet. Thanks for
I'm
sharing your
gonna fall way
screen.
behind right now.
You're welcome.
Damn, 4.
Can you hear me fine, by the way? Am I too low? Or too
No,
high?
you're good. You're good. We
Sweet.
can adjust you individually as needed.
Alright, who did it?
Oh, meow!
Yeah, Meow's talking. See what you missed? The cats are circling the duck, and you're not here to protect the duck.
I have
Wow,
the Tupperware
nice
full of
cereal.
because it's the only bowl I have.
What kind of cereal is that?
So it's Trix, but it's dinosaur tracks Trix, so it's got marshmallows
Wait,
in it,
I-
and they're
oh.
Dinosaur
So it's like Lucky Charms.
tricks. Yeah, it's like Lucky Charms tricks with
but like,
dinosaurs.
they're little dinosaur feet.
Do you
Now I want
remember
Dino
the
Nuggies.
meal with the dinosaur eggs in it?
No.
Oh, I know
remember that
exactly
cereal.
what you're talking about.
It was it's the normal oatmeal, the oatmeal brand, Quaker Oats, and it had little dinosaur eggs in them.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my favorite freaking
Full
oatmeal
blast
ever.
or the Jolly Rancher.
Come on.
Hi, you beautiful people.
Hi, welcome.
Paddy is ready to be dropped in.
Okie dokie. I will grab Patty.
I can't.
I already gave him the rolls, so
Okay. I was like, I can't give rolls, so.
I already did. Hi.
No,
Well, where did he go?
okay.
Hey.
I disconnected like when we were trying to move around.
Yeah, it won't let me drag. He should be able to join on his own. Please message him, Dreams. Tell him he can join on his own. Discord has been weird about dragging people lately. It disconnects them instead of putting them in the right channel. And I don't know why.
Push, don't drag.
Give me a minute. I'll fucking.
Because he's gonna think I kicked him or disconnected him or something, and I didn't.
No.
I'd be like, dude, it broke. Join us. Just hop right in.
I'm gonna go back into your voice channel in case you can get in there. Okay, so I'll be back
Okay.
in a minute.
Alright.
I find
That's
that
just so
pushing
weird.
people helps.
Yeah, it won't let me push people anymore. It won't let me push them around without disconnecting them. Maybe it's a system thing, because wasn't Turtle on a certain system too, and it kept doing a Turtle, so this guy's on Xbox,
Maybe.
and this one's and Turtle was on PlayStation? Maybe it's people on the system.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about the
shut-
Discord integration with Xbox.
Here we go.
Yeah.
What just happened?
Yeah,
I got
I-
booted.
Holy one.
Discord got wonky for me with the updates.
You know, Meow, you kind of sound like Jeff. Just a little bit. Yeah, you got that Jeff-a-fa. Jeff-a-fa, you got that like calm voice like Jeff. Yeah, now that I think about it. And he plays guitar too, so that's funny.
Oh, thanks. That's a really nice compliment. I don't think I've heard him though.
Yeah, it's really Jeff. No, it's not the same person.
I know.
But it's close. Definitely has a different
You never
voice.
know.
No, I know what Jeff sounds like. You do sound a little different than him. Ah! I've been friends with Jeff for probably a little bit longer than you.
Booted me.
I'm totally messing up.
Good. Keep messing up.
Ah!
What was that?
Oh, nothing.
Ah, easy.
No, I was wrong with the hi, Crisis. Well, go. There's a goat in chat. Watch out. We have ducks and cats and goats. Oh my.
Get out of here.
Yo. Come play with us, Crisis.
Ah, you need more power.
Join us.
Damn, Thor.
Yes.
I actually had a teacher from Iceland, and he tried to teach me how to pronounce Thor in Iceland, and in the end, he just said, never pronounce it again.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. Just enough to get you to the thing.
It's probably gonna be less than what you might think. Also,
Okay, where am I at? Who's in front of me?
Oh no, it's touching my ball.
Ooh.
Oh no, I was gonna touch yours.
Mine's purple and pretty. It's just,
Oh,
what color is that?
Nice shot, that.
Oh,
it's over there.
let's see. I know I keep hitting stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it was
So you haven't moved from me.
Thor's easily quotable. He keeps getting all the quotes.
Yes.
Look,
KimonoKat caught Well Lord.
Still on my screen.
We caught the Well Lord, Rain.
Oh, there it
Dropping
is.
a lurk. Thank you so much, that some guy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated.
Free. It's a ghost.
To catch you sometime. Also, for those that are lurking and listening that are new here, I'm a variety streamer. I do creative, I do Genshin, do Stardew Valley. Sometimes I do Pokemon. I really love Pokemon. I paint Pokemon. That's what I do.
Oh, yeah.
I got booted.
Paddy,
Oh, welcome! You made it!
Yeah, you made it.
No thanks to Discord being
Hello.
a pain.
He's like, I'm in the right Discord or I'm in the right channel. It's just like, you're a fucking
Oh,
arse.
Mona.
Oh,
I didn't realize you got
Ah!
Paddy, how are you?
Ah, no! I didn't get down the slide. I'm so sad.
Gotta go down the chocolate water slide.
I tried. I overshot it.
Paddy stays around the corner from me and he's a fucking
For the
lad.
gun
So,
drop.
Welcome, Patty. Welcome to the stream.
Hey guys,
Hello.
I'm a lad.
goddamn.
You're famous. You're live on Twitch now. How do you feel?
How you guys doing? I feel pretty good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're playing golf with friends and having drinks, so we're feeling pretty good.
I'm having a couple of drinks. I'm just downloading the game.
Cheers.
but my
Oh,
internet is
sweet.
my internet is
Oh.
so shit. I've got another 12
Oh,
minutes
no.
downloaded.
Honestly,
So-
mine's
It'll be
not much
okay.
better.
In 12 minutes, I'll be able to join you.
Oh, that's fine. It'll probably take us that long to get through all these rounds of this 18 holes before we can start the next match.
But now I'm ready. I'm ready to roll all you mother.
Yeah, Duck, you were winning probably. I haven't looked.
The
I got
next
food.
round is in the bag. I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm gonna.
Well, I don't know. Thor's winning.
Paddy,
I
what's
can't
the
do it.
record? Paddy,
We're waiting on you to go, Duck.
It's only because I'm letting him win, you know.
I have fallen
Move,
asleep
Duck,
in my
move.
chair whilst playing golf with friends. So
Hurry. You got a minute, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Are these guys
I am.
this boring?
no,
Or is this game this boring?
it's just
Or were you
it was just me.
or were you
being
that-
absolute- Just me being
or were you
absolutely
that drunk,
fucking
Gabe?
hammered. Yeah, 100%.
yeah, that was
Can be boring if
more
you're
like
playing
the
alone.
options, wasn't it?
Just saying.
That's me. Holy shit. I forgot.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this.
Rawr.
What are you saying?
Thor burning Azzy.
Huh? What? What?
Yeah, you got like a hole in one again.
He did.
There. I'm my fan.
Okay, next round. Let's go.
We're just sitting here watching and waiting and waiting. He's like, oh, it's my turn. Let me get a hole in one. Like, jeez.
Duck.
Ducks.
Just gonna
Hey.
put that motion up.
Who doesn't
What
love
can I
golf
say?
balls?
Wow, Azzy says
The
wow.
only thing I can say is
Is it
quack.
right, Paddy?
Sorry, Thor. You got the sandpaper tongue.
First she touches my balls, now
Nice. I know. I can't help it. I'm a cat. We do things like that.
It's when they put their balls or your balls in their hole. That's fucking awesome.
Oh no.
That's different. That's different.
That's wild.
Cheers.
Let's see.
Cheers, my friends.
I'm trying to
You
concentrate.
had to go there.
Cheers.
You had to go
Boop. I booped Lady Rain.
You're so central, pal, when you're playing this game.
I need a refiller and cheers.
That note, Slanjava.
Yeah, after this I'm gonna refill, definitely.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, there's like a speck left in there.
And I will have
Oh,
to
I'm
rejoin.
third place. Okay.
Because I have to work
So-
tomorrow, but...
Oh.
I'm just saying, if I'm getting a hole in one, I'm
Oh.
gonna win, right? You guys know it, right?
Ah,
If I'm
hole in
getting a
one.
now. Okay, check this out. Okay,
Duck.
don't check this out. No.
It's 3 and just under a half.
I was just
Like-
about to say, what's your, are you on Twitch?
Yes. Yeah, KimonoKat on Twitch.
Right, okay, hold on. Let me fire up.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your username?
KimonoKat, K.
So I can actually watch what you can.
Yeah, it's just like it appears in Discord.
Right.
Spelled the same way.
Right now it's just a radio show.
So you get the visual show too. Monos, touchy wave balls. Oh my god, you guys added that. Oh!
Blue cat. Blue cat.
Here, I can send you a link too. Hold on.
He's only got one screen. He's only got like his TV or something. So he doesn't have like multiple screens like what some of us do.
Alright, let's see.
He's
Oh, that's all good. You can still change the color.
I'm a full-on noob. So I'm gonna get my phone here. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
Cat.
he's up on the phone. KIMONO.
Yeah, I can spell that. Thanks.
I was gonna say, yeah, I thought I can send you a link, but either way.
Right, I've got you. I've got you.
Got it.
It's
Okay.
all lowercase.
I should probably play. We're running out of time.
I now have
Yeah.
some of Thor's
What hole are
clothes
you?
as buttons on my stream deck.
Oh no! So you can just push the Thor ones?
I meant to ask, is that a mini stream deck or like
No,
the...
it's just a regular stream deck.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I want to get myself one. But
Kitty!
Too small.
it's like
Meow.
that,
Hold on.
More cats. Duck, there's more cats.
that with a
Yeah.
mic and a mic
Yeah.
stand.
There's an orange kitty.
I think there's something wrong with the everything. Oh my!
Did it
I
crash?
got a kiss. Please tell me somebody who I can kiss. Man,
Did you get a hole in one?
I got a hole in one.
I
Oh
thought
my
the
god.
scream scared him.
I know too. I thought the scream scared him as well.
Because I hit the scream with
No,
like
I'm.
Meow! Meow left.
How are you getting on, pal? Are you watching? Are you watching live
I'm just
stream?
about. Yeah, I'm just about to pick up some cats now.
Yeah, let's go.
So,
I don't want you to pay.
It's okay, Meow. It was good to hear you.
I
because
just
we've
got a
had
hole in one.
Such a long debate about it, but
No.
there's
Here again on PC. Yeah.
there's like a full send. There's like half a knee.
Oh no.
I'm not
Here we go. Alright, Jay, here's my way. But yeah. Oh my god. Here we go with half a knees and full sends.
I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
yes.
Again.
So
The measurements of Kimonia.
I got.
Kimonia measurements.
The first 2 games, I'm gonna be absolutely trash.
Uh-oh. You're gonna get trashed the first 2 games?
After that, I'm
Until you get the hang of it?
I'm gonna
Okay.
win after that.
You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you.
I'm competitive as fuck.
yeah, same.
I'm gonna need to win shit.
Wait! Is Pat, are you a duck too? Is your icon a duck too?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, we got 2 ducks in here! And multiple cats!
thank you,
I'm
mate.
I'm not playing yet. I've not even downloaded the game yet. I've
Yeah,
still got.
But what we're seeing on Discord is like your
Your duck
To
icon.
be fair,
Yeah, no,
Oh.
to be fair, I am
Don't,
Rain.
don't look at me in any way
Lemon
possible. You know, just
You are
let me
right.
play the game. No,
She brings the water.
Big old Tom.
okay. Listen,
Well,
listen,
you just get
Turtle!
go for the pet.
Oh, we have a turtle in chat.
listen.
Don't
You
forget
don't
that.
have to get involved here. I got this. I got this. Almost. I got
Meow, welcome back, Meow.
this. Okay. Okay, are you ready for this? Check this out. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm in
Not
now,
a turtle, you're a myrtle. You're a cat turtle. You're an extra.
Okay, I'm okay. I'm gonna snap. I'm gonna snap up my I'm gonna there
Hey,
you
maybe
go,
you
there
should
you
get
go.
good.
Easy. No, I got it. I got it. What? Okay,
Ducks
okay,
be
thank
ducks.
you. Okay.
There we go. 2 more rounds, and then we can have new people join. But we're gonna take a wine break. Or drink break. After 2 more rounds.
Say,
I already had a full
I
land
saw
shot.
a countdown there.
Yeah.
I got this. Guys, look at this. Look at this. Easy.
We're on the 17th hole.
He
We're
says
gonna
easy.
watch
He
you.
says easy, right?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Easy.
No,
He says.
no.
Easy, easy peasy.
Who said that?
Okay, I think I got my mic working again.
Yay! Welcome back.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, there's
Thanks so
Malgar.
much. Yes. Greetings, Lady Wing and Queen of Kimonia.
Yay!
No.
That was an awesome fluffy kitty, Lemon Drop.
Meow. She's got 3. You got 3 kitties.
Cloudy.
Mhm.
I was gonna say human.
This cat's Thor's a cat too, so technically you have 4. Or
I'm actually an animagus.
Thanks.
So.
oh boy. Who's that Remus?
So, Paddy, to give you some kind of light into the some of the people that are in this chat anyway.
Light into
we'll-
the chat.
into
What does
the
that mean?
channel.
What a weird thing to say, Aiden.
Not really. To give you
Some
some kind
light
of
into the chat. Like it's all dark.
to give you some idea as to who the fuck is in here, you dick.
To give you character summaries, here we go. Uh-oh. Character summaries with the...
I know exactly what you're saying. Aiden. I'm just trying to
I'm the
think you
best
up.
person here.
I'm scared.
Oh, man.
Fucking mate. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's dumb.
Thank you, Patty.
Some are from the
So-
States, some are
so-
from the UK, and some are from different parts of the States, and it's
From Kimonia.
Oh, okay. Where I'm from, then.
Mhm.
You said
What,
some
Aiden?
are from the States and some are from Britain.
Sorry,
Mhm.
I'm eating, and
Come on.
you guys can hear the crunching.
Come on, Aiden.
Yeah, US.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Come on, Aiden. Where
so-
was everyone else
I'm
from, then?
I'm
Come on.
smack dab in the middle of the U.S. It's great.
yeah.
Come on, Aiden.
Some are from the
Introduce
States,
me
some
to
are from
everyone. Come on.
Some are from Europe, some are from fucking the States. Like I'm going all genetics here, like
We're all over the place, my
we
friend.
are all over the place.
Yeah, Aiden. That was the most unnecessary thing in the world. I got that. Everyone's from all over the place. I got that.
We have some for the UK, some from different parts of the
I know you're
States,
probably a very good guy. I know what you're doing.
Fresh meat.
some for Scotland.
Two
Thanks,
now
pal.
from Scotland.
Thanks, pal.
I'm not the only one
Thanks,
here.
pal. Thanks,
Great.
pal. Thanks for
Thor.
trying to be nice.
Oh,
but
move you off.
You're Captain Obvious as always. Captain
He's
Obvious.
setting you up. He's setting you up. He brought a duck to a cat channel.
Damn right. I'm setting someone up to at least like. break-
Congratulations, Thor! Congrats, congrats, congrats. First place.
You know what I mean? Like this man's gonna fucking achieve worlds above me.
Is there a specific map you want to play, Thor?
We're
Right, so,
either gonna fear him or love him.
Get going, and I'll be back soon.
He's known me for
And yeah,
fucking
I'm done.
years, so he's
Let's-
definitely gonna be as blunt as can and try and.
Wait, what's?
Like,
I don't think I've played Twilight or
You
Bouncy
talking about me?
Castle.
yeah.
Okay, Bouncy Castle's new, so that's fun. We can do Bouncy Castle. But we are gonna take a wine break. Gotta go for now. Okay, meow.
Hold on a minute. So I'm not where user at. Like,
Wine break.
I need to go to online. Is that right?
Yeah.
Click online. Okay. And
Mhm,
I've
mhm.
got another.
And then
Dreamweaver.
classic.
Don't you have your mate on Steam?
My internet saying I've got another 3
Just
minutes
join
until the game's
The
downloaded. So give me.
classic at the moment.
Okay,
If
well
you
that's
give me
fine. You
2
got
minutes,
3
I'll
minutes.
wait.
That's fine because we're gonna take a refill break, quick be right be, and then that gives you 3 minutes, and then we can add you as Steam friends or somebody can invite you. Dreams can invite you.
Wait,
Well,
Be right back.
wait.
Before you
Hey,
It's got 3 or 4 then.
before someone disappears,
Mhm.
Run!
obviously you were able to send me that link over Steam.
Yeah, I can send you the Steam link.
No, you did, but how do we get that to Paddy? And you're
You
not
send it to
sending
him. You
I was gonna
could.
say,
So
you
when
have
you
an invite
join,
option at the
on
bottom.
the bottom, there's a thing to hit
Here.
invite, and you can click your friends that are
Okay,
online.
okay. So someone has sent.
Yeah, or I can just send him a straight invite link.
Yeah.
Fine
Someone
break.
send it to me again, and I can get the invite.
I'll send it to you again. James. Okay.
Bio
have-
break.
Cool, and it's just.
Kimono, all lowercase. That's the password.
So, Lady Rain, you and Duck have the same color.
What?
It's not doing it. It's not doing it.
What do you mean?
There you
Same color? No, I'm the first color, and actually mine's a little bit darker.
Oh, it fucking just ran
But to
out.
be honest,
have
like
the
that
same
color
color
doesn't
ball.
show. That color
I'm
doesn't
gonna
show
change
up because
my
I
color.
have the Earth as my ball, so it doesn't matter that my color is that color.
Someone else
Yeah.
send it to me rather than Kimono.
Alright, you guys send him the link. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
I don't have a friend. You're not my friend on Steam, so.
Oh,
You're
you
not my
aren't friends.
Well, you're not
James,
my
friends
friend. I'm
Steam, I
just
can't help
saying.
you.
I'm telling you, the best way to join is from Steam. If you find me as your Steam friend and join straight into my game from Steam, that's
Yeah.
better than the invite.
Yeah.
It's easier.
Well, Jade, do you have him friended on Steam?
He's playing on a different console.
There you go. You got
I
it.
don't-
Now you can invite
I don't know.
Patty in a few minutes. When Patty gets the game started up, you can invite Patty if y'all are Steam friends. Or I can invite him if he accepts me as a Steam friend. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I think he already did.
That could work too.
Don't think
No, he didn't. Okay, that was inventory.
How is
Oh.
he your friend and not on Steam? Like the fuck, man.
I'll be right back.
Alright. I am a lone wolf.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's my friend,
jeez.
but not that kind
Oh
of.
no, Remus.
He's
Oh,
not
no.
my co-op
Oh
player,
no,
you
is
know.
the right reaction.
Oh no, he didn't.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, no.
I just.
Oh, I love that.
Oh
I'm
gosh.
eating expired
Alright.
cereal that I bought today. It's fine.
Oh nice.
Ew.
Well, it wasn't open until I opened it today, so.
Okay.
I'd be upset that
What?
But yeah,
Still? No,
it's a
but-
limited time, which I think is why.
Ugh.
I think I just closed Steam. I don't know how I did
wouldn't
that.
eat it.
But I mean,
that's
it
just
tastes
me.
fine.
I know I'm crazy like that, but I
If I
wouldn't
die,
eat.
if I die,
old
just make sure you
cereal.
sue Kroger.
I got
Paddy dropped off.
Why would you sue Kroger?
Uh-oh. Does
Actually,
his
more
internet floop?
specifically,
Aside
Villains.
from-
He was downloading, so maybe he'll come right back.
I bought this
I mean, it
and
might-
it's expired by like 2 weeks.
What was it
But
doing
if I
on the
die-
shelf?
Fuck if I know.
Hey,
But it's good still.
hey,
So
Don't
at
consume
least
it.
tell me if you died. At least record a YouTube video so we can upload it. You know. We need that reaction.
oh my god.
I just messaged him to see whether he's good.
Too much? Okay.
Mm.
It's quiet clickies. I don't like it though. I don't like this.
I'm sorry.
It's like a Wii remote.
It's the Logitech Pebble is what it is.
Uh,
It's yeah. I don't like
What's
it.
the pedal? What,
It's a
pedal?
pebble. It's a mouse.
Oh, okay.
Just a wireless mouse. I stole it from work. Cause I took my wireless mouse to work.
Mate, 5-finger discount? Fucking take it.
To be fair,
Okay.
my old coworker is the one who bought this, so I just keep forgetting to
Bought
take
it,
it back.
yeah,
to her.
right,
She
bought
deserves
it,
to have
yeah.
it.
Lady,
Five
not
finger
judging you.
discount.
All I'm
I get
saying, 5-finger discount.
Yeah. Okay.
When?
You want a beer?
100% of the time, 5-finger discount. When?
There's some
Like-
blue in there.
oh, there is.
Old camera still works.
I don't even know how to use those ones.
Of course.
Is he back?
I'm back. Yo.
Here he is.
Definitely still
Nope.
Why
works.
are you laughing?
Interesting.
Okay,
Is it the
So-
twist pack?
Paddy.
And
Yes.
hold on, right? I've got the game up and running. What do I do?
So you want want to click on. Actually, you want to just stay on the main screen where it has like options and online and stuff like that.
Fuck it.
Ow.
And
I didn't
then
mean it.
You could actually
Kimono
enter a
or
lobby.
Swom will send you an invite, and you have
No,
to. Lady.
Yeah,
you will
you
send
can
him
do
an
it.
invite.
Can't, because I don't have him on Steam.
Oh,
Then add him on Steam.
add him on Steam. What the fuck?
And then, when he accepts, he can, you know.
Can I
the
just-
game.
I don't have
Hey.
Steam.
Get the fuck out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Can I just say, I'm on Xbox. I don't have Steam.
Oh, you know what? I don't know
okay.
if it'll let him join
Oh.
then.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I was gonna say.
Oh, Aiden, you
Yeah.
fucked up.
You fucked up, bro.
He's
No.
only gone and fucked.
Remus, no!
You fucked.
Sir,
You've actually,
that
Aiden, you
is not
fucked
for
half
you,
my
sir.
night, man. You fucked half my night, Aiden.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
I've literally sat here for about an hour
No, really?
talking
you
to
did?
you, waiting for this
Yeah.
fucking game, so I can play with you and your pals for this
Oh
fucking
God,
game.
I'm dying now.
And now I can't fucking play with you and your pals
Yeah,
on this
yeah,
fucking
okay.
game.
Yeah,
Fuck
I'm
you.
sorry.
You can't.
Unless you have
Sorry.
a PC, I don't think you
Thanks,
can.
Aiden. Aiden. Fucking magic, man. You know what? Hey,
Yeah.
it's my 30th in 2 days. It's my 30th fucking weekend. You fucked my night.
Nice. I apologize, buddy.
This
I
was my
apologize.
night. This was my night.
Hey,
Yeah,
can we
I'm
give
sorry.
another
I was
this like
looking
that?
forward tonight. This was my weekend. To have a night and get pissed and play
Yeah.
fucking video games.
I will say we can switch games in a little bit to a free-to-play game
Yeah,
that's online.
Yeah.
But it will be an online game as well, though.
yeah.
My friend, I love you. I'm
It won't
ready
be
to
gone.
play anything on Xbox that I can play with you, but I'm not sure how many games we can play together. But
Yeah.
Games I've got, okay?
Guys,
I'm ready. I'm ready to play any game. we
everyone
want.
here?
Any game we can.
Yeah.
No, no, we got-
It's an online game. It's an online game. It's an online game, Paddy.
I've got an idea. Immediate. Right, I've got 2 games. In my
Have more wine.
Oh wait,
Cheers.
why does it say I'm going on Candyland?
My immediate suggestion is
Why?
Fall Guys.
Are you not with us?
It
Fall
says bouncy
Guys?
castle for me.
Oh,
Yeah, same for me.
Same.
Did yours not say Bouncy Castle?
No, mine says Candyland.
Waiting for other players.
Oh, we should back out then.
Yeah, I'm in Candyland.
I'm gonna back out.
I don't know.
What? But Thor's in here on the roster. That's so weird.
Is he?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not in here, Thor?
Oh,
Yeah,
now
I was
Thor's
in
on.
Candyland.
Oh, that's so weird.
Are you in here, Paddy?
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm still alive.
We're retiring.
Yeah.
Are you?
Host, yeah, we all retired.
Yeah.
One of these days, we're gonna have to try the hockey one.
Retired. There we go.
But exit this.
Okay.
Well, I fucking sat for half an hour for no fucking reason.
Retreat.
Oh no, I don't see your
It's
face.
not
I mean,
for. It's not for
yeah,
any
don't get me
reason.
wrong.
Like,
I had a good. I heard some good chat for you guys. You've had some good chat.
Yay.
that's that's this.
Cheers.
Some
I enjoyed your power.
but I've let you down. That's what you're saying.
Why?
Yeah.
On your birthday day weekend, I've let you down.
Yo, no. Yeah, don't go like that. No, it's not like that at all.
Alright.
Is it?
So we have Duck.
Is it your
We have Rose. We have Thor. We have Jay.
birthday weekend? Okay. Okay. Congratulations, man.
We have Tank.
Is-
Who are we missing? Dreams.
How old are you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's always fucked me up.
Come on.
I think we're just missing Dreams.
I'm here. I'm playing games.
No, you gotta back out. Back out. Back out. Back out.
Oh, fucking hell.
Back out. You're not. You're playing by yourself.
Yeah.
I was playing thought I was playing another one for a minute there.
Stop playing with yourself and get over here.
Get online with us other in the group chat.
I mean, come
On the
join our
webcam,
game.
In voice chat. Come on. Get off with the other.
I tell you what, playing by myself, I was getting like at least 4 or 5.
You were doing really good, weren't you?
4 or 5 under. That's pretty good.
Alright, let's start this and see if Thor joins Whale Bouncy House this time. I hope it does it. Good, good, good. I don't know why I did that. That was weird. Purchases successfully. Ultra balls. Nice, meow. Gonna catch them all.
Alright. Nah, man, fucking.
Let's go.
We all fucking do it.
Okay, no.
Okay, where is the...
Jump the wall. Oh, I messed up already. Lovely.
Oh.
Oh, I had my chance to change my ball away from balloons.
I have no jump.
Oh, it's because I messed up loading the game.
Okay, that's...
Oh, dang it.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Oh, dang it.
Move it, Rosie. Move it.
You see nothing.
Ah.
I'll do
Paddy,
it.
I'm really sorry.
Because we can't jump.
Paddy, I'm
Nah,
really sorry you can come to
It's not worth it if we can't jump.
2 seconds. Hold up, 2 seconds.
I can't play without jumping.
I'm really sorry you can come to join us, but at the same time, we'll work on getting this Steam shit set up.
The
And-
collision is
So
off.
you can join us. That's Microsoft.
I have
okay.
no
No
idea what you
PC.
guys are talking about. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll do my best.
Okay, I'm hosting
Mono,
again.
I hope I'm
Okay.
not the only one, but...
Mono, are you
Yeah,
able
your
to?
accent's just...
Sorry for the confusion. I turned jump back on.
Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look. Ha. Somebody
I did
else
real
got a
good. I did
problem?
real good.
I
Okay,
can.
fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
I'm just gonna keep sending invites and harassing people.
Thanks, Mono. I'm already in here. I'm the first one in here.
Peace out, Paddy. Love you loads, pal.
Better
Catch
like
you,
that.
buddy. Bye bye.
Join.
Bye-bye.
Later,
Nice to
Perry.
meet you.
I set up Brooke's bed on my desk and switched the camera over.
So how do you jump? Is it like spacebar or right click?
No, left
Bingo.
mouse button.
Rose, you gonna play with us?
It doesn't let me jump.
Yep, it's the same button you shoot as. So, you shoot
There you go.
and
I know
jump.
how to shoot. I know how to shoot.
Believe
It's the
after
same
ticket.
button.
Dreams, you gonna play with us?
Am I not fucking sitting here
We
playing
have to
with yous?
reopen the lobby.
You're playing. No.
You're playing by yourself.
Wait, what?
Jump was off. You're just gonna shake your head through. I know this is a disaster. I'm a bad host.
I have like
Back.
typed into this look.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll-
Come on, Jay.
like,
It was
Come play with us. Come play with us, Jay.
Wow, you're good, man.
Come on, Doug. Come play with us.
Yeah,
Right
bouncy
away.
castle. Bouncy
Oh.
castle is a pain in the butt
I think-
without jumps.
Right?
Yeah. I turned jumps on.
send it again.
Okay.
Yes. Here you go. Cheers.
I'm terrible.
This is fucking.
Don't say that about yourself.
KIMONO.
Thank you.
The question is, who
Confirm.
cares?
Am I here? Am I with yous?
Yes, you're in the right place. You're doing awesome. You're all here. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Like I genuinely, I've seen this before. This is fucking-
Back.
That's because of me this time. First time it was because of things and stuff. And this time it was totally my bad. I forgot to set up the jumps.
Can I just say, from all honesty, thank you very much for, kind of let my friend.
Just double
come and
checking
join
that they
us.
are.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Like he generally is a cool guy. If
Aw.
anything, he's a bit of a fucking like. He just takes the cunt out of me and he winds me up. He just likes to push buttons,
Don't worry
like
about it.
most people do. Who are
Don't worry about it.
It's
Just the nature of
Can
the
I
thing.
say
Well,
something?
now we need
I
a guinea
think
pig. Yay,
I
it
think
worked.
he was fine, and Kimo, I'm
Hole
so
in
fucking
one!
glad for you
Thank you.
having us here with a whole.
Hold on, is it right click or is it spacebar?
Sorting schoolwork out is stressful. A nice game of Screwballs tonight will be good medicine. Yes, we'll play some in a bit. I think we're gonna get at least probably one more round in and then we'll play some. But thank you.
You
Drink
asked
water.
if it was spacebar and then I hit spacebar, you fucker.
We'll play some for you, Azzy.
Yeah.
And then I didn't get a hole in one.
Psych.
4 games ago, I had this.
Do you have a word list you want tonight?
There's only one player left.
Come close, like, definitely my one list.
Come on, Rosie Cow. I don't know. Okay, let's go.
Doing great.
I'm below you all.
How is school going?
Oh,
Do you got like a bunch of classes?
okay. Nah, okay, check this out. Are you ready for this?
Nailed it.
Whoops.
Okay.
No, Tank, don't hit me.
Ah, that doesn't count.
That was
right?
the wrong way. I'm sorry.
I love how my friend Paddy turned around and was like, oh, Aiden, you can't be so, like, dirty worded when it comes to, like, you know, smashing balls and stuff. I was like, buddy, hold on a minute.
Oh my god.
So does Patty have a PC?
Nah, 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 nah.
He's got an Xbox.
That's not fair.
Oh,
That's
dang.
not...
He's got an Xbox.
Well, that will be difficult.
I tried to sell him my old PC and he just
Nah, it's easy.
didn't want to take it.
Hmm.
Just,
Clap.
couldn't afford it. So, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
Expensive. Sorting out my stuff. I need to go to university, but it costs like
No.
3,000 just to get in, and then another 22,000 on top of that. Oh. So you haven't started classes yet, then, or have you?
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Really?
Well, almost.
Oh wow! Oh my god! I almost had a hole in one. I got denied though.
Oh,
Man.
Hole in dwarf.
No par.
nah.
Yeah,
Pa.
like,
You guys,
Pa.
do you guys
Nope.
enjoy my lovely little kitty
know.
cam?
Yes,
Anybody of
we
you
love
speak
Brooke.
French?
No, I don't speak French.
guess
No,
what I
no.
seen for the first time in
Jeff was learning French, but he's not here.
the
Nope, October, doing biology, physics, and chemistry.
Hey,
Science boy. Nice. At least science is somewhat interesting to me. I don't know. Better than math.
I have.
fucking, like, incredible.
I hit the whole sign.
oh. Okay, I got this. I got this. I got this. Check this out.
I'm,
No!
I think I'm suffering here, pal. I think I'm
Oh yeah, that's hard to do. I don't know how you guys are getting over that.
doing a quarter.
I messed up my shot.
Doing a quarter.
I should have hit it harder.
Yeah, see,
Okay,
that's what she
you
said.
you don't mind if I
Let's
curse,
go
right?
three. Let's go 3.
No, you can some. Yeah.
Some.
Just so long
Doing all the...
Yeah.
It's mostly about content. You just have to be mindful of your content. Windows are fine, but don't be like straight up crude, you know?
I get it.
I love
Nah,
human anatomy. I bet you
I'm
do,
not
Daryl.
gonna go crazy. I just wanna release, you know.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
that's
Yeah.
definitely what you say.
We say a few things.
I love that way. Going the
Okay,
correct
okay,
way.
okay. The crazy part is
Am I right in thinking that it's not necessarily what you
it's
say,
gotta
it's
be
what you
over
say?
there. Are you?
Rain, I messaged.
No.
That doesn't count, right?
I saw it.
Sky! Golf with frenemies! Yes, Sky! Welcome, 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 welcome! Sky's in the chat, guys. Say hi to Sky.
Yeah.
Hello, Sky.
Our famous musician, Sky.
Hello, Sky.
Well, Rose, I might have to go back to go forward, I'm afraid.
Adios, peoples.
Wait, what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, you. Okay, never mind.
See.
You see it now.
Oh, I'm so good. How am I so good at this game?
Well, just
Oh.
calm down.
That's
I,
Sky. There we go.
okay, we are not looking
Woo!
at the score.
Guys,
we
click
are
on the
only
link. Give
looking
Sky a
at the
follow.
score.
How goes it? I hope you're doing
Oh
awesome.
no, you're hitting at least 3.5.
Okay, yeah, I did full yeet and it didn't work.
At least 3.
Full senpai didn't work. Yeah. The whole yeet didn't work. Don't do whole yeet.
3.5 yeets.
3.5? No, I ran out of time! Edimus Maximus, right? I ran out of time.
My
I
camera
failed.
in the other direction. I couldn't see the ball.
It's because I'm too busy doing shout outs and stuff. But yeah, guys, click on that link, give Sky a follow. Just killing a time before practice? That's awesome! I'm doing good, Sky. Thank you for asking. Thank you, thank you, thank
Pardon me,
you.
Dream.
You're gonna go practice?
I got this. Oh, I got this. Check this
What
out.
game did you
Check
play
this out.
last? I should have shouted out the other way so I could see what game you played last.
Who was that? I need a name. I need somebody.
Oh,
I need
God.
somebody to die for that. I'm
Nothing to die.
No.
Oh, it's
Jay,
back
Jay,
on.
get the fuck out of my way. Jay.
Oh, these look painful.
Oh,
Jay, do you? Jeez.
no. You.
Started Atomic Heart yesterday. Nice.
Okay, I'm just. I'm
It's like Bioshock meets
Listen to me. I'm just gonna.
iRobot. Oh! Bioshock is always so
And
interesting.
slime.
I've never played Bioshock
Out,
itself,
out,
but I've watched a
slime.
lot of gameplay on that. And then iRobot too. That's cool.
One of these days I'll play Bioshock. I have the remastered version.
Yeah, I have the game. I just haven't played it.
Oh no, Rosie.
Rosie, you wanna hit up
I think it was one of those free Epic games or something for a while.
the far purple post. I've
Noodle
already
Man.
been to like 2 years.
Bioshock is very cool. Yeah.
2 years. Purple
But
go for it now.
yeah. So Atomic Heart. You know I'll be in. I usually jump in. But you stream so late now. You start at like I think like 10 or something, and sometimes I'm like going to sleep, and I'm like, no, Sky just went live, and I just went to bed. So I usually try to catch your streams when I can, but sometimes I'm like, so a lot of times I'm just like dropping a lurk and then going to sleep. But I try to be there. I try to be there as much as I can. Support your streams.
Right next to it.
Oh, Rose.
Rosie.
I know, I can't start any earlier than 7:30 my time some days. It's all good, it's all good. Much appreciated.
You believe you can see
I
the
get there
light?
when I can, especially, you know, when I'm not at work.
I'm at least glad I can catch Friday night.
It's cause he's male.
Huh?
Horny, is he?
I don't know, I also like being green.
That's fair. Yeah.
What about being male? What did I miss?
How Thor
Are we
has
talking
to be
about-
right.
Oh. No! Who just bumped me?
No, it was so
I don't think I hit you. but I
Who
hit
touched my balls?
Ah, get the fuck out of here.
I don't know who did it.
No! Ah. Okay,
Ah! So close. Don't hit me. Don't touch me. Rose, you're in my way.
I've gotta punch somebody. I got.
No, don't punch us. Don't lost touch, right? Oh, let's see what random quote we get. Let's see.
I'm glad for my neighbor's sake.
Oh my god, we get a long one.
I can't go in.
A long, beautiful one. Touch my balls. No, you did not it. Quote. Oh, it just literally put it in quote marks instead of at. I don't know.
I'm stupid.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Wait, hold up. I'm still
Here, I'm gonna be salty. I'm gonna be salty about this.
Somebody.
I'm feeling pretty salty about this.
Words are hard today.
Okay.
Yeah, they're always hard.
Okay.
Let's
I
be
just wanna
real.
ask you guys one question. Who is cheating? I just need to know.
You.
You.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You're getting
Nice.
first place on us all the time.
Nice.
And you got all the cheat codes.
Yeah, nice try, nice try.
I got Birdie.
Okay. Okay.
Who done
If
it?
I'm cheating, I'm getting a birdie.
Birdie, this stream is officially renamed Duck. So every time you get a birdie, you gotta go, I got a duck.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll duck.
I can't see you. All we can see is Brook
So
Camp.
many people to spectate. Oh.
Yeah. Let's see what other quotes we got.
And
These balls are
Oh, okay,
are
okay.
trying to touch me. God.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you can see, most of the games I play involve balls. So yeah, this is a problem.
Yeah.
Even cats like watching me. Stardew.
You.
Yeah! Rain's cats watch my stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking.
They watch the TV. They watched me. Especially when I was playing WoW.
No.
They like WoW.
Yeah.
They like
Oh,
watching me ride the WoW version of Chocobo.
Oh, my cat's like, wow.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's the Chocobo bird thing. The rides. They love watching the rides.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Brooke likes the
It's
moving
fine.
things.
Nah.
Uh-huh.
Plant this.
Cats like WoW. That should be a quote. But only when we're playing WoW, because it's not gonna make any sense right now in golf.
I seen for the very first time ever 2 kitten
Bruce, Mono touched my ball. Oh my god.
like
Thor.
2 Mancun kittens.
Oh no.
They're huge.
What the
Yeah.
fuck is
Oh.
a raccoon kid?
But see the facial structure?
That's a big cat.
The color of the
Yeah.
Okay.
You kids have fun. I must be off. Okay, Sky, thank you so much for hopping in. It's so good to see you. Look, it's a
Yeah.
KimonoKat. It's a Cosmo Kitty and a Pikachu.
Well, the funny thing
Onesie. It's so cute.
is 5
I hope you have a
has
great
never been
practice and
more
have a really fun
than
night.
about
It's
the
so good
size of
talking
a
to you.
baby
Thank you for being here.
See that again,
I
sorry.
appreciate you, Sky.
Brooke's about the size of a baby Mangoon. Like, she's tiny.
God, I'm just like failing at this. Is anybody else failing at this circle thing?
It took
Yeah,
me 7
yeah.
strokes
Jay
to get
seems
in,
to
but I
suck
did
at
it.
too. Y'all
Ah.
just can't good.
No, we can't get
Aim
good at
against
all.
The conveyor belt,
Power
it might
was-
help a bit. but it
Power's
doesn't.
different almost every time.
Yeah.
No, it's like you have to go a lot. You have to go a lot softer than you think you should.
Oh.
That's better. Come on, don't go on
And then
There you go, Jay.
Oof.
You did it.
It's gotta hop right up against the hill.
God.
Also,
there.
aim
Conveyor
against
belt getting me every time.
conveyor belt.
Ah! Don't.
Oh, no. Hey, yeah, that's a free shot.
I ran out of time.
Don't-
I
don't time
failed epically on that round. I'm at the bottom. Yeah.
Started from the bottom, now
Hey.
we're here.
Kimono.
Yeah.
Okay.
I once thought we were close, but
Yeah, now we're not, right?
yeah, now we're not anymore.
We're not so
You
much
went
now.
To the bottom.
Oh, I was so close to a hole in one. I messed up Jay though, I think.
No. I got 2 par.
Okay, that's okay.
Good night.
Ouch. Good night,
Good
Sky.
night, Sky.
Nice
Yeah,
guy.
night night.
Got a full
I
send it
forgot
after the
that
4th
Michigan
paddle
really
goes
likes
round
soy sauces.
and right down the
Yeah.
center.
I feel bad he's not here tonight. Michigan wasn't feeling well, he said.
Oh,
Like, sorry, I won't be here.
guy.
Easy. 5 strokes, easy grab. I'll take it.
Where's Splints at?
Right?
He is still at. No, he's not. Is he? No, he's not. He's out.
What a cool.
Okay. Yes.
Ah, he'll be coming up.
Oh, you guys. Fuck
Ah,
up.
No idea where I'm supposed to go.
Nah, you. Oh!
Yo.
I ended up in the water because of you.
All the way to the other side.
Yeah. Likewise, you mother.
Har.
Oh! No!
A wild mushroom appeared if you guys want to catch the mushroom.
What?
Who's-
Oh, hey.
Oh, I
What?
fucking overshot it.
Nah. Nah. Okay.
I don't know how you guys are all the way out there. I just did a straight
Nah.
shot out. Oh no, Rose! You
Oh,
did
Wilson.
it!
I
Okay.
have. What now?
Don't
Yeah,
look
this
at
is
me.
one of the harder courses.
Okay.
Full yeet. Full yeet.
It is one of the harder courses, but it's also new.
Okay. Okay. Guys, listen to me. Don't
Okay.
look at me, okay? Look
I'm gonna
at
watch
me.
you cheat.
How did that
No,
happen?
watch stream.
Good job, Dream.
Thanks, man. That took every ounce of fucking willpower to get through that one.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Still, even though he completed it, don't look at me.
Don't look at me.
You got this.
I got this.
You can do it.
We believe in you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. I got. I almost got it.
Just
Okay,
full
can we
yeet it,
just-
dude. You just
not
gotta
yet.
full
Gotta
yeet.
jump out of the water.
See that same speed you had? Keep it, and when you hit
Yeah?
the water, press
Yeah?
left click, and I'll bounce you straight back out. Yeah.
Okay, that didn't work.
Oh, no.
That was my fault.
Oh yeah,
that was
no,
my
you have to
fault.
go full
That-
speed,
yeah.
dude.
It's running out of strokes.
You want to go three and a half yeets?
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I went full
I'll
speed.
take that. I'll take that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll take that
Still
chip.
second after that.
I caught it.
You know, I'm not worried because I'm gonna win right now. Check this out, guys. Are you ready?
No, because you're not.
Hey, only because you're cheating.
Not cheating.
Ah, I'm saying. I don't know if it's true.
I'm just better.
Nah.
Better, faster, stronger.
Yeah, I'm Daft Punk.
I'm not
Which
gonna risk
one?
that this time.
I need to know.
Do we want the wind?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you want to ride at the air current.
Oh, it doesn't really do a whole load though.
No, you have to make it
No,
over
you-
on the other
I
side.
used a great ball and I still didn't get that damn thing. How rude. Fucking Pokemon hates me.
Oh,
Need an ultra ball.
Look, I
If you
spent
guys
so
wears
much
that you can
time
play.
in
Why-
this channel
why
earlier when I
have-
got home, and I could not catch a freaking Pokemon at all during his stream.
Rigged.
Got a double snort.
I just don't get how I can be so bad at potting. I just don't get it. No, okay.
Luck, you
Thank
you
for
can't
kicking my
expect
ass.
to be great. I mean, I've been playing this thing for years, so you know.
Listen, I consider any time that I don't run the timeout to be a success.
This is true. Anytime you complete the whole.
Yeah. Anytime I complete the whole. And you know, honestly, I like it when it lasts longer. So, you know.
Don't quote that.
I like this setup.
Oh no.
Mm.
I'm terrible. Just somebody make me stop.
Okay.
Rain's not moving.
Shop.
Kimono, I have all my main series Pokemon games and I want to replay one but not sure which one. What would you recommend I start with tonight? Ooh. Diamond's the one with the mining, right? I could get lost just doing the mining underground. I loved it so much. I could do that for hours.
3.5 to get across.
Thanks. Really
How much
appreciate
space
it.
goes
You're welcome.
I like Emerald and Diamond best.
I certainly didn't.
Sure you didn't.
I mean, 100% I definitely didn't.
Alright, Rose, you have quote 56.
I just saw it.
Oh no.
What's 56?
I like it when it lasts longer.
Wait for the half fight to be alert.
Assassinated right here. It's like.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes it just takes a little longer.
Let's go a bit further
Yeah.
to the right. Hold.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Not that was, okay. Hey guys,
That's like this.
are you ready for this?
Like this.
Check this out. Pop.
Yay. 8
Got
strokes.
this. Oh,
Oh,
I-
no,
I
Dream.
fucking-
God damn it. God fucking damn it.
got double snort.
All the good to
I
me.
got it.
I got PTSD. With the new
I got it,
diamond,
I
I
got
spent 3 days in a row.
14.
Sorry for
14
shiny
rep,
shaman. I got her though. Oh dang! Oh my god.
Searching for
Oh
shortcuts.
no.
I told you.
So which one are you gonna? So you're gonna start with diamond then anyway?
Nah, blah.
I want some stars.
Oh my.
Never heard
mother,
that one
I
before.
love
New
her.
form of English.
Okay.
Where are we going? Oh, we're going right up the back. Shit.
Yeah, I got this. I
Yeah.
got this. Check the. Hold up. Hold
Wow,
up. No,
watch
nah.
that.
Closure here. I love it.
Nah, hold up. I think I have some lag.
Full send.
I don't know.
Oh, that's a.
Nah, nah, nah.
Full send.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Nah,
I'll
nah,
just
nah.
think it good.
Okay, let's try again.
Do we go wrong that way?
Nah.
I'll take a bogey after that.
Oh, oh! Funnel me in. Funnel me in.
Keep jumping.
Funnel me in.
Yo.
Ah, nah.
No, 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 come on, jump, do something.
9 strokes isn't actually that bad.
Damn it.
Par. Par.
Not talking about 9 strokes.
I got six strokes.
Hold up.
I only have a
Ladies
single
ahead
bogey.
Ladies ahead by 7 or 8, I think.
Oh man, I hope they fix this one.
Oh,
Nah.
We got this. Oh,
Jay, I
dude.
swear. Oh no, oh no, no. Oh, okay.
Nah, that's not right. That's not. Hey guys.
Really? That's so rude. I was just
Nah,
petting you.
nah,
I hadn't seen
nah,
where I was
nah.
touching you. Rude. Brat.
Hey.
Yo. Oh, wait, 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 wait. Oh no, I left the water.
There's something wrong with the game.
Is it giving you grief?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there?
There's something wrong. Can you feel it in the controllers? No? The server? Something?
Ah!
Nah?
I want something we can juicy,
Nah,
maybe
this
some
is not right.
jalapeno sausages.
Nah.
Oh no.
Jalapeno sausages.
Nah, my brother. Nah, this is not right, my brother.
I agree. I saw that.
What happens? What's going on with this game? I keep ending up getting start when I get hit.
Oh, you, yeah.
Watch out for the dropper.
I am there. I made it in the hole. I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Someone just bumped me off the
Yeah,
hole.
okay. Yeah, okay.
yeah, that would be
same.
Oh, Jay.
Thanks, bro. Nah, my brother.
There we go.
This hole's glitched.
I agree.
It can be, yeah.
Big baby.
Oh, good God.
Hold up.
Bit of Alice in Wonderland with the mushrooms there.
Okay, check this out.
He
I'll
put
check
the-
this out.
Hello, baby.
Oh, hi, Rosie.
Ah!
Okay. No! Not that way. Ah, puddles.
Are you ready
Not
for
the
this?
claws.
Check this out.
What? What happened to the floor?
Birdie.
I swear, if anybody else saw that, I just spotted E. Oh god.
No,
It's
stop.
happening! It's happening! Get it right! It's not even a whole knee.
I hate this map so much already.
Oh god.
We're almost done with it.
At least you're not playing with a wedge mouse.
We're just exercising
No.
our skills, guys.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Okay.
If we keep doing easy courses, we'll never get better.
Yeah, so we should,
Yeah.
we should play space next.
That's fair.
Oh, space? Oh my god, you're gonna kill us.
Not playing
Who
space.
wants easy holes? Am I right?
You're right about that.
Listen, the harder it is, the more satisfaction.
The more fun it is.
I'm glad you
More
said it.
experience game.
Yeah. I don't care.
I prefer a challenge myself, but anyway.
Okay, I really,
no,
guys,
Dream.
I really, look at me,
Why?
look at me right now. Check this out.
I say though, the bigger you are, the harder you fall.
Yeah, okay.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I don't have shit to say, but.
Dreams, did you go the right way?
Snap,
Yeah, you did, okay. You did. Okay, the flag's down the hallway with the spinny things.
Easy. Yeah, 11 strokes easy.
Actually, I mean, if I'm right in thinking, I think
Down the fan blades.
You got 15
Leave it
seconds there,
alone.
Dream.
I got it now.
Go faster!
Going
Go faster, Dreams! Go, 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 go!
straight.
The hole is right there! No! You're gonna get blocked by the blade. You had 3 seconds, 3, 2 seconds, 1 second.
My friend, you had me believing I was the last player.
Yeah.
And you are here and can't even finish? Nah, my brother. Nah, that doesn't work, my friend. Nah, that doesn't work. Nah, you are better than that. Nah.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Oh.
Hey, nah. Nah,
What?
Kimo, nah.
No,
You
don't.
fucking-
I didn't do it.
Look at this. Look at
I
this.
didn't do it.
I'm gonna clip it. Hold up.
Don't go in there.
Yeah.
You don't wanna.
Ah. No! Somebody bumped me! Thor?
What?
I don't know. You spawned in and bumped me, I think. I don't think you meant to. I think it was the way you spawned in.
Now you wanna go into
Okay,
the
I'm
tea.
gonna go first. Don't do anything. Don't do
Tea
anything.
comes last. If I recall, ball comes first.
Yeah, ball
Up,
comes
up,
first.
up,
Don't
up.
use the gingerbread.
Okay.
Oh, finally.
Nah. Nah.
For all those interested, go far
Yeah.
left.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. Check this out.
Oh my god, that's the right.
What?
Wrong left, dude.
Nah. You're wrong. You
What?
are
No.
wrong. You are wrong. Okay,
Oh.
damn it.
That was
Damn
far
it.
right,
That would
though.
have been cool as shit. Easy. Easy 8 strokes.
So, my friend Paddy sent me a message saying, thanks so much for inviting me to play games with your friends. I hope that next time we can all have games together and I can actually have the game downloaded. That's what
Heck yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find something we can all play together.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be honest with you.
Ah!
I don't know Xbox, so it's difficult for me to kind of try and
Okay.
describe what I should or shouldn't play.
Hey,
Oh,
can I
hello,
be
Lady Rain.
real with you? Tell your friend to ditch his Xbox and get a fucking PC.
It's not that easy.
I
when
did it again.
When a
Why?
PC costs like an
Nah.
I messed up.
Okay, yeah,
I
if you
messed
want
up.
the high end, sure. But if we want to play golf for
Oh, no.
Yes.
It's still quite expensive.
Nah.
Your standard PC is still around fucking 40.
Oh!
No!
You can get a laptop for.
I'm having a hard time. I don't understand.
300 quid.
Same.
Nice at the
I'm
game.
there.
300 pounds.
There we go. Birdie.
Nailed it. Fucking nailed it.
Oh!
Hold up.
Lady.
Oh, I love this ramp. It's full blast. Duck,
It's
you gotta
also
go.
Avoid the pillars.
I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional.
Oh!
Ah! They still hit me.
Coming to get
Ha.
Are you?
What up?
Because I'm
What
coming
up?
to get you. I'm spinning in circles coming to get you.
definitely coming to get. I'm gonna creep right up there, and I'm gonna make you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you realize you're one behind.
Kimono.
Uh-huh.
Rosie
No,
made
I'm
it.
always-
I was running. You guys are still at it. Oh my god. Let's see. I just read the same thing again.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I went from.
Fable. Okay, we got hole number 18 coming up. Lady Rain is in the lead, followed by Racing Tank and Thor.
Second.
Full blast.
You're not gonna.
And I got hit. So that was a fail.
I'm gonna go about like.
Yo, full blast. Right to the center. Full blast is a hole in one.
There.
It can be.
I was a
Sorry,
little
can we
shy.
save a replay? That replay was sick.
Oh, we could see
Anyway.
ourselves down in the hole. That was weird.
Yeah. Ow. Oh.
Fireworks! Woo! Go tank!
My replay. Oh. Mike,
Definitely one of the
Oh.
easiest.
I'm telling you guys, my nipples are hot.
Do ducks have nipples? That's the real question. Don't quote that, Ray. Do ducks have nipples? I can hear it now.
And I was still
I gotta hop off for a little. If you want to play some later, message me on Discord. Okay, alright. Just let me know if you still want to or if you want to crash. Alright. What map we playing next?
What a
Alright, I'm signing off because I gotta work tomorrow, but
Okay, good night. Thank you for playing.
I think we're gonna go watch some Naruto.
Nighty night.
Do
Take care.
ducks have nipples?
Bye,
Quote. Bye. These quotes are so messed up. I'm gonna only be able to do quotes on Friday nights, you know, and not ever hit the quote button unless it's Friday night.
I said to my mate Paddy, no problem. I hope you have a great weekend. So you can join us. And,
Yeah.
you know, we'll be here next weekend. He says,
Yeah.
mate, love that chat. If only I could play the game, then yeah, I would join you. It seems like such a good environment.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Was he watching?
He's currently playing Call of Duty, but no one else has Call of Duties, and I do, but I'm
Anytime.
Nah, my brother.
I'm pretty good at
The
it.
game
so
of
I don't really wanna
sweats.
play.
I think Call of Duty is for sweats.
Sweat.
Legs! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Like, 100%, I sweat.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I get a shout out for Legs?
No.
44. Oh my, Lucky, Lucky, thank you for the like. Oh, yep, surprise.
My cam, but I'm not there for you, but legs, man. Thank you.
See?
That's a. I love something like
Always
that.
appreciated, never a chore.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're.
Yeah.
I'm a chore.
Yep.
Okay.
Congrats. Thank
I'm
you.
starting to sound like my actual friends here in
Oof.
Scotland.
Well, we are
I feel like-
friends.
I feel like I could get an escape from
Work it, Dream. Work it.
Nah, I'm the only one here that's like not super nice.
Yeah,
Not super nice.
I'm Mono's
Nah,
backbone.
nah.
Someone's gotta have
Yeah.
it for her.
Hey,
Wow.
nah, you're not. You're
Oh.
You can be
Oh.
Mono's got her own backbone, but I just add to it.
Yeah. It takes a lot to push me over the edge.
Sort of a sternum.
Love this stuff.
I'm too nice. Until you push me way too far.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
I've seen
Yeah.
Mono angry. She's kind of scary when she's angry.
I'm really scary when I'm angry because it hardly ever happens.
Yeah, I've seen only 2 women angry in my life, and I shit you not, that is not something you want to fuck with.
Mm-mm.
No shot.
Nope, the wildcat comes out in me. You don't want to see the tiger inside me come out. It's like,
No, you
You
don't.
sure it's
Legs.
not a
It's
bobcat?
scary.
I don't know whether you girls actually recognize it, but
I don't know, like scary. You want to see it one time.
when
Legs.
before you become angry or like denounce being angry or like fucking vocalizing that you're angry, there's a couple of words that tend to come out your mouth that are like, hold on, this conversation's elevating to something. And you're like,
What words is that?
I should shut the. I just mean like.
I play horror.
Hold on. So I just mean like in a conversation, right?
Yeah, what words would come out? Oh, Dreams. You're gonna get timed out.
I promise you, it's not that bad.
No, I'm talking about in the game.
Oh, okay. Shit. Am I?
Yeah, you gotta play your ball real quick, and then you can finish telling your story. You play horror. What horror game are you currently playing? Like Dead by Daylight?
Whee!
Oh, you know what? I don't think they can see the game. Oh my god. I'm just doing big me.
That's fine. Your face is beautiful.
It's not like we're playing a game here or anything.
Generally hear
No,
that the
no, we don't play
conversation
games here.
is escalating, you know, to like
Mhm.
a factor of
Yeah.
like 1
Da, da, da,
plus.
da, da.
and you're
No,
like,
no.
oh shit, I should shut the fuck up here. That's the kind of moment where you're like, yeah,
Yeah, I've had
pass.
those moments.
No!
That's all I mean. I am making
I've had
such a
those
fool of
moments.
this round. I'm talking
Yeah, you
too
suck,
much.
dude.
Oi.
Surely
Wait,
you
be
this
nice.
sucks.
I won the last round, didn't I?
Marginally.
And I didn't even get to pick the frickin' map.
Do you know
No,
what?
just picked
That's,
it for me.
that's
Just let it
that's achievement level,
rigged.
pal. That's a
Yeah.
legit achievement level.
That's totally rigged.
ahead.
Kimono just
People don't usually get to see me angry though. I go for a car ride.
Yeah.
Oof, that's never a good idea when angry.
No,
think
I
it is.
know.
So
Oh,
for some of us,
100% it is.
I mean,
Yeah, I go
sometimes
ride
it
and
works.
park somewhere.
Yeah. I don't
Sometimes
think.
you have to just like you have to bring yourself down rather than someone
Yeah.
else helping
Mhm.
Oh, thanks, pal. Cheers, buddy.
you. And
fucking-
driving and listening to music helps for some people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
think
driving
that,
when angry would be
Or
a
even
bad
just
idea.
like
It's nice
introspection.
therapy.
Introspection's really good for you.
Yeah.
It's a really great
Why do I
healthy
keep jumping like
Okay.
that?
Can I
I
ask
tell you what
guys
is
something?
good. I tell you 100% what is good for you is if anything.
and
I know
vegetables?
it's well that as well. But like,
Vegetables are good for you guys.
Well, yeah, it's gonna sound real
Just so you know.
quite a, like I don't want to kind of lead on to anything else, but like actual like self-investment. Does that make any sense?
It does. Indulgence.
Self-investment where you're just
Oh
actually
no, Greg,
just
are you okay?
genuinely fucking happy with the shit around you. That's the ultimate. That's what it needs to be.
Oh, I
That's
could have
great.
hit that harder.
Our Brooke Cam left.
Right.
Yes.
That's
I
what
know.
she said.
Oof. We lost her.
Yeah. What's this? How do I bring up the scoreboard actually?
Tab.
Escape.
Tab.
Tab on the keyboard. Tab.
Oh, so I'm like what?
No, don't, no.
Oh yeah.
I was in the perfect spot and then I fell. Duck, don't you touch me.
Hold on.
Quack.
Okay, fair enough.
Side up moments much?
Side up.
Or you
Side
didn't
up.
touch me.
I knocked
Side
the fuck
Oh,
out
wow.
of somebody.
I told
know
you not
who
to
it
touch
was.
me.
Yeah. I don't care.
Side
This
up at
is-
this
I
video.
know.
Ah, fuck you.
Side up.
What's that you? What's that
No,
you?
no, don't touch me there. This is my no.
My no square. No, don't
Yeah,
touch
this was
me.
totally side up and Misty, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Okay. God damn it.
Jay,
That's
rude.
that's a
I'm
mistake.
supposed to
That's
be winning.
Yeah, there's a mistake somewhere. Wait, hold on.
Cheating.
Ooh, too hard.
Absolutely.
Ah!
Ooh.
Too little.
Okay. Okay, my dude.
There we go.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Full power.
Birdie.
This?
Oh wait, a duck. I got a duck. Not a birdie.
What?
Correction. I got a duck.
I didn't
I
get a duck.
got one of them fucking. I got one of them flying things.
I got a pair.
Yeah. Got a pair of ducks?
Oh.
Yeah, I got a pair.
I'll take a single.
Was this fucking poker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck me, man.
Well, it ain't gin.
God damn it.
Or Texas Hold'em. Pretty sure Kimono would have a gun
Tell
if
you
it was
what,
Texas
I
Hold'em.
absolutely love Fridays.
Wait, what?
Fridays are fucking amazing to me.
Yeah, I love Fridays.
So
Hey,
good.
Mhm.
anybody want to cheer to a
Fish.
Friday? Cheers.
No.
Cheers.
Yeah. Do you know what? If you can't get, what is it? If you can't come in on, come on. No.
Oh, jeez.
Damn it.
Please don't come at me.
Over there.
That's
Yeah, please.
What was that?
No, you
What?
mother.
Yeah,
I got this.
Oh
Hey,
no, I
don't-
broke him.
we're
Nah.
quote, so.
Thank goodness.
Do that.
I'm not wasting
Nah,
that
that's not
details
fair.
on that joke.
Nah.
Oh.
Man. Nah.
Ah.
You better go and just caught me off guard with that. That's absolutely fucking hilarious.
He wasn't ready.
I gotta keep you guys on your toes.
He's still not ready. Move, James. Oh no, where'd you go, dude?
I'm moving.
Who went downstairs? It was upstairs.
It was me.
I'm last place. So.
Aim for the wall before the half pipe. No.
Oh,
The wave's the wrong
You
way.
gotta ricochet it up.
you want to try and go,
There we go.
yeah, that's
There you
it.
go.
And then you want to do like a little, like deviated triangle. That's you.
Yeah, I know how to
No,
play the game, guys.
I'm not trying to tell you how to suck eggs, man.
What?
Fucking what? I
Oh.
don't suck eggs.
That's the saying over here. Do you know how
No.
to
No.
Really? Don't try and tell a duck how to suck eggs. It knows how
Hey.
to do what it needs to do.
Oh my god.
I'm
No,
gonna
that's
do
that's
whatever
nuts.
I have to do.
Duck, do you know that one?
It's just me, I'm sorry.
This
No,
one-
no, it's just interesting. I like it's we're learning new things. You're teaching us new words and phrases. It's okay.
I'll be honest
Educational
with
moment.
you, it's a 100% like
Patty.
a Scottish slang term.
Yes, teach us more Scottish the slang.
Don't tell me how to
Please
suck
don't
eggs.
teach
That's like
Don't tell
if you
me how
know
to
something,
suck
right?
eggs.
Okay, so this is the
Oh, no.
originality of it. If
Yeah.
you know something and someone's trying to tell you to do what you know, don't tell someone how to suck eggs. Don't tell a duck how
Suck
to
eggs.
suck eggs.
Okay.
Because
suck
it's like they know how to do what they're meant to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like up your cunt.
Yeah,
Kind
don't
of.
tell me how to
Fuck
do
your
my fucking
mother.
job.
Yeah.
Like, right, I'm the expert at what I do. Don't tell me how to do it, because I'm already the expert. hmm
So don't teach a duck how to suck eggs. It knows
Okay,
what it's
okay.
needing to do.
You're like,
I didn't know ducks suck eggs
Uh-huh.
though.
I didn't know that.
I didn't
either.
know that.
I think that's the way, like.
I
I'm
thought it-
trying to teach
How
Don't
would
you
do that
mean
without
don't
lips?
tell a duck how to lay eggs?
they probably changed it.
Ah,
They
that's
probably
not-
changed it because.
That's good. Nah, I don't like that.
Ducks don't suck
No.
eggs, they lay
Yeah,
eggs.
of course.
I'm
they
pretty
do.
sure it's lay eggs in America, but the Scots have changed it to
I'm
suck
sorry.
eggs.
But in my
Yeah.
dogs suck eggs.
What are they
It's,
sucking it with?
it's 100% a derivative of that, but it's not that same saying. I don't think. It's
Nah,
like,
if,
don't tell me
it's
how
not-
to suck eggs. Like I know what to do. What I'm meant to do.
The only thing is I'm gonna.
Patty, Aiden, you made.
But
Aiden, you lay more eggs than anyone makes.
By the way, I'll tell you what. Paddy's back, he
Oh
might-
my god.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Paddy, you don't need to play the game. I just need you for 2 seconds.
Oh no. He can hear you. He's in voice chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm saying, I'm
He's
sure
not paying
there's this
attention.
thing, don't teach a duck how to. Don't teach a duck. What's the fucking else? It's
Yeah.
like
Lay
yeah.
eggs.
Don't
Keep
teach a
going.
duck how to suck eggs. Like it knows what it needs to do.
Okay, no, that's not true.
Alright, Dreamweaver.
It's kind
It's your
It's
turn.
kind of true, but it's not true. But it's kind of true. But yeah.
I think he's know what I'm trying to get at. Like, it's
How
like,
does a duck suck eggs without lips?
but it's like you don't fucking
I'm pretty sure it's lay eggs.
not.
And,
Well,
and Dreams is just coming up with some random.
it really isn't. It really isn't. Well, if it is,
Alright.
fair play. Like,
It's a really weird
it's
one.
not
if
unheard
that's
of.
the
Don't get me
case.
wrong.
I've
But
never heard it. but
I'm
I'm
sure
not
the
honest.
terminology.
It's
is
fine,
like,
mate. We get
Tell
you.
me how to suck eggs. I mean, like, don't
We get you,
tell me how
man.
to do my job.
I mean, it could be a translation from something else.
Paddy,
Like
get your
language
mic
wise.
sorted. Defend me on this, please, pal.
Defend me. I don't think he's defending you. He's fighting against you.
Until
It's terrible.
Purely because he
scoreboard.
knows, like, oh, what the fuck is this cunt saying?
It doesn't work. The scoreboard is wrong. I don't know how to say
Is it?
in English, but yeah. I'm in last place. That's my problem.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. That's right.
You're really in first place? Is that what you're saying?
Something
What? Oh my god, did you guys see that on my stream? You guys watching? That was weird as heck.
I'm sorry. I just have to play the card.
I like
Oh.
went to the fence,
Get in the hole.
hit the fence,
Oh.
it went like rainbow back and forth, and then squeezed through the fence. My ball is like OP. Just saying, my ball is my ball is OP.
Yeah, okay, guys. Yeah, okay.
I googled it. Okay, so
okay,
Dreams
okay.
is combining two sayings.
You didn't cheat.
He's
at
thinking,
Can I just say
all. No,
engaged?
wait.
don't teach your grandmother to suck eggs.
Oh my god, who fails when they get in this part of the course? I do.
You're backwards.
Don't teach her what?
Nah, you're wrong.
Suck your eggs and take it, man.
I know who
Oh,
you
don't teach your
are.
grandmother to suck eggs? What?
That is the
Wait,
word. Yes,
what?
That is
What
correct.
did you say?
Vanilla has been caught.
Nobody-
I caught
nobody
Vanilla.
told my grandmother to suck nuts like that. I'm just
No,
saying,
the
I'm just
saying
saying.
is to teach your
Okay,
like to teach your grandmother to suck eggs.
Yeah, Slice duck. Chill the fuck out for 2 seconds. Ryan, sorry, lady, what are you saying?
You caught her, Ryan. You're in trouble now. You caught her, Ryan. She's gonna like beat you. She's gonna beat you with a stick.
Okay,
Just wait.
I
So,
most
teaching
definitely
grandma to suck eggs is the saying.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Don't
It's
teach your
essentially
grandma how to
it's
suck eggs.
it's like
Whatever.
don't
Okay.
Okay.
It- so-
We don't need to talk about that.
but you're
Slice.
also
We can
combining-
change subjects now. We're done with ducks and eggs. Oh my god.
Nah.
You
Slice.
fucker.
Chill out. Chill out.
Sorry.
Lady, what you
That
trying
was
to say?
rude. Oh,
Sorry,
oh,
I
no.
apologize. I really apologize.
Dreams.
Okay, okay.
Hole 11.
Please just enlighten me. I'm
Patty.
genuinely intrigued.
How is that not a stroke?
So from this thing, it says teaching grandma to suck eggs is hush.
What?
Hold on.
Uh,
Don't offer
Slice.
advice to someone who has more experience than oneself.
Exactly.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
yeah.
That, like,
So the meaning was right.
I'm a stone.
Don't teach us how
Yes.
to suck eggs.
It's just
They just
go with
changed it to
that.
duck
It's
versus
not a
grandma.
duck, though. It's not a duck.
I get why they changed it to duck though, because grandma was like, "Oof. Hi Mewtwo, thank you for the biddies. Welcome.
You know where I was going with
Thank
it.
you, thank you,
It's
thank you,
cool.
thank you. You are awesome.
Do you know what
Welcome
I love
to
the
the
most? I
stream.
love the fact that you actually
Good to
read
see your
that.
face.
Okay.
I'm gonna fucking Google shit. I'm like, I got no.
I love it. actually
I just
love
messed that up.
I'm sure I've already got an FBI agent looking
I
at me.
would
So.
say.
Oh
Yeah, he's looking at you with a
no.
weird look, with
God.
one eyebrow raised.
I hope you're having a good evening, Mew.
His name
Oh.
is Frederick by any chance, is it?
Never believe Aiden ever. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
FBI where? They're after Lady Rain for looking up why ducks suck eggs. So we're like,
No, we can't hear you. buddy. What have you done previously and had the mic open?
yeah, your mic's muted now.
Changed, pal.
Duck, it's your turn. Are you alive? Duck is
He's
burping.
dying over there.
I know.
Do you know what's funny?
No.
Paddy's
Yeah,
gonna
thank
come in here and he's gonna
you.
be like,
He's
"Aiden,
already in
what
here.
the I know, but he's like when
The
he's
FBI been after me for
be like,
for years. Oh
what
god.
the fuck shit talking to these cunts like.
If you were looking
Yeah.
at Twitch chat, he basically is.
Oh, is he? I didn't see.
Yes, he's talking shit about you.
Yeah, in Twitch chat.
I'll be honest with you, yes. Twitch standard.
Wait, what? Okay, yeah, of course I am.
Alright, Duck, you're stuck behind a wall. You gotta rectify the situation.
Is he genuinely? I can't even fucking bring it up.
Are you ready for this?
So tempting to come in right now.
Okay, everybody.
Patty, you talking pish about me?
Yeah, I
Yes.
don't care. I don't care.
Yes, he
Are
is.
you ready for this?
Oh, now he's gonna talk. I saw it light up. He can talk if he wants to.
I'm gonna fucking pull that to one side.
I do it once and twice and 3 times.
Why is it quiet?
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
I can cry if I want to.
I think he's gonna have to use the far wall.
Thank you for the lyric, Mew. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
No.
Nah, that doesn't work. That's not fair.
I want my mail card.
Nah.
I know.
Hold up. Nah. No, this is
Where is
not
Meow?
fair. Nah, it's not fair. I'm just saying.
What?
Hey,
What's going on?
45.
No. Double bogey, yeah.
Oh, we've got 4 in a fucking second.
3 more days and I go back to my old name. Old name? Oh, yeah. Versus Mewtwo Gaming. You go back to Matthew the Visionary.
Hey, actually, Kimono.
That'd be awesome.
I forgot Mewtwo was Matthew.
Yeah, Mewtwo is Matthew the Visionary. Yes.
Kimono.
I just assumed they were 2 different people again.
No, he changed it, then he wants to change it back.
Oh,
Why did he change it in the first place?
Fuck you.
I don't know. Was it because we were talking about how Crisis had the same name?
Maybe.
Kimono, are you ever gonna make me a YouTube painting?
No.
Hold up.
A YouTube what?
A Mewtwo painting.
No.
A Mewtwo pen. Like a pen? Like one of the pens? Oh, painting! I might paint Mewtwo eventually. I need to finish this Drifloon one. I really need to have my Wednesday art streams back. I missed them.
Yeah,
Duck,
you do.
Duck, we need you. Duck,
Duck, duck.
make your way to the hole before you run out of time.
I'm so
I have many identities to hide from the FBI and changed it because I was gonna stream but changed my name. Changed my mind. Oh yeah. So he was gonna stream but he changed his mind. So he had built a whole stream identity. He's like, nah, that's too much work.
Yeah, what else to say?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Mewtwo.
I just seen some of the chat here, and Paddy's like, never believe Aiden.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ever.
that's what we've been talking about the whole time. You just now see it.
Yeah.
Like,
I told you he was talking shit about you.
fucking it.
We just been reading it all, and you're like out of the loop, and you have no idea.
I'm like, as much as I love the guy, I'm just like, this is.
You know it's true love when he's talking trash. You know it's true love when he's talking trash.
A little bit of fucking loyalty would have gone a
Oh, that is loyalty, man.
I got an
Is
ego,
it though?
by the way.
Only your besties can get away with doing that crap.
That is
I'm
very
s-
true. That's very true.
Yeah, that's why I get away with talking crap about Mono.
Yeah, this is true. She can say anything she wants, and I will forgive her.
Someone's got to keep Mono online, and I'm probably the only one who does.
Mhm.
Online or sane?
Both.
Cool.
Both.
Yeah.
Lady Rain and Genshin. Lady Rain and Genshin.
I'm
Genshin Impact.
I'm two down.
No. Mono definitely falls into the besties category.
What you looking at, Turtle? We know you one of the besties too.
What you looking at, Turtle?
We know you one of the besties too with your Genshin addiction.
Don't go that way, don't go that way, don't go that way.
Oh me! I'm failing here. I can't make it across the water. Somebody help me. My duck can't swim. My duck doesn't know how to swim. Duck! Teach my duck. Oh my god, I just realized I have a duck floaty in your duck. Oh my god. Yeah. I played golf once. Did it end well? You should play with us sometime, you totally should.
Check this
There
out.
we go.
No.
We're probably gonna play Scribbo next.
Biblio!
Don't check this out, okay?
You're gonna use all of my words, right, Mono?
We're trying. We're watching you. We're watching you bounce all over the place.
I think that's me, actually.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
I did your dailies, spent your resin, and I did the weekly reputation. You didn't! You did spend my resin? What? After you tell us never to spend our resin? What? My golf club went flying into the parking lot. Oh, that kind of golf. Dang. I like putt-putt golf, though. I like putt-putt golf. IRL.
Did someone?
Look.
You did my dailies for me? Yeah. I didn't have time to do them before stream. I logged in, but I didn't have time.
I need to find a
Not the ones from your bag, the regular resin. Oh, I don't know the difference. Is that bad?
original resin, so not the like fragile
Moon things.
or the condensed.
Just the regular stuff you earn. Yeah.
Yeah, Turtle probably hates the fact that I use all of mine from the bag.
I mean, not only
I break down all my fragile resin into regular resin.
Mm-hmm.
And Turtle hates it.
Yeah. I think most players probably do. They're like, why did you do that? Are you first?
Do you jump at that?
I think it's
Nope.
Why am I in the hole? I'm in the hidey hole. I don't like this hidey hole. I want out.
Do you know what? When balls are about, probably the best place to be. God, your seats are so jelly, Mew. I'm so jelly. What?
I'm jelly, Mew.
Your seats are so jelly when you're in your hidey hole. I know what it is, pal.
Turtle.
Gets disappointed and never says thanks. Have you checked your Geo statue? I checked the one and it says it's level 10, which I know, but I didn't check any other ones. I just checked the one in Mondstadt.
I'm currently trying to up my Geo statue.
I'm Jelly Mew! Temporary tea! Oh my god, 11 months! Thank you so much, Temporary tea! You are awesome! Welcome to the stream!
I would go. No. What are you trying to do?
Can I get some hype in chat? Oh, I didn't hit the right command. But yeah, thank you for the subs. And thank you for the subs and thank you for being here, guys. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Can I get a... Does Temporary Tea stream? Do you stream Temporary Tea? I was like, why am I having a brain? You don't, do you? You don't. Okay.
never, ever.
Don't talk about
Started out
this?
pretty well, though.
Shots fired. It's level 10 as well.
Are we doing a
Yeah, I checked it, it's level 10. Well, which other statues? Oh, the Geo one's level 10 too, not just Mondstadt? Oh, that's what he's saying. You know, I'm drinking wine, so sometimes it's hard to comprehend. Ones where you get the stones from the statue. Oh god. I left it. Let her do stuff. Yes, please let me do something. No, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play this weekend. At some point. I'm gonna play this weekend. Probably Sunday. So don't touch my game Sunday. How's that sound? Don't touch my game Sunday.
Okay, Mono. We stay so.
I know. I do need to work too. It's gonna be complicated. I got...
That's a ditto!
Work doesn't let me work. That sounds so dumb. But work doesn't let me get work done. So I have no extra time to work on things. So I have to work at home. Because work doesn't let me work. Work makes me do work for other people at work. Oh no! I found the water hole! Oh god.
Poison.
Next thing you're gonna who poisoned the water hole or snake in my boots or something, I don't know. Come on, Ditto, stay in the ball! Oh my god, is it a ditto? I want a ditto.
Really?
No, I don't own that ball. Crap. You don't own that ball either?
Mono.
What the heck? I'm out of balls.
3 bars, lady. 3 and a bit lot.
I'm not gonna get the ditto because I gotta go.
3.5 each.
3.5 E's. Okay, no, that's way too much.
Eat, you fuckers.
Oh,
3 E's. Go 3 E's.
that's gonna be less than 3.
Well, not if you're using the back wall to ricochet.
I ran out of shots though.
Dang.
Oh, me too.
I got
Ditto has been caught. No, I didn't catch Ditto because I ran out of balls. I have no balls. Let's go. Turtle, Mew, and Lady Rain caught it.
Well, folks,
Meow, where are you? You're supposed to be my good luck.
Just to let you know.
Alright, good luck with your dinner.
I won. So,
Poke.
good luck with your dinner.
Proud of you. Poke.
I gotta defrost
ball.
meatballs, cook some noodles. and then
10.
all I need is
We're gonna buy
that
10
pepper
poke
rolls,
balls.
bring 'em back.
Always have balls in your hand ready. I thought I had them. Poke shop
I just always buy the balls.
ultra.
Mate.
Oh no, it's such a great. It's a
When-
great
Once you got the balls,
balls.
with it.
10.
I actually have no idea
Oh.
if it's male or female.
Poke
I'm gonna
shop.
sign off, guys.
Great.
Oh, I did.
Alright, bye Tank. Thank you for playing. I had fun.
Right. Non,
It's
non,
There.
attack and defense.
I'm gonna get off
Finally
the
purchased successfully.
You're gonna get yourself off.
I'm gonna get off.
What?
I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. Well, yesterday morning anyway.
Alright, well good night, good night, good night.
Oh, speak to you
Okay,
later.
I bought all the things now. I should be prepared for whatever arises.
Toodaloo.
Wow.
Bye, good
So
night.
many innuendos right now. I'm like,
You're an
someone's getting.
innuendo.
What was that?
Yes, you are. He has an
Someone's
innuendo.
getting
I have 100
themselves
ultra
off.
rolls. What? 100? Oh my god.
Good
Oh
night,
dang.
guys.
I have no
Yeah.
idea how much I have. I literally
I
just
don't
bought
even
some.
know. I should buy more though.
I have 12 Great Balls, 54 Pokeballs. I have 10 Ultra Balls, 2 Premier Balls.
Damn.
I'm just gonna keep buying them till I run out. Poke shop.
I mean,
I only have poke balls and great balls programmed into my Steam Deck.
I got 2 balls.
I bet you do.
Perfectly Fine. But the only thing there's a couple of things that they can catch, but I don't
Ah,
really
money.
think they want to.
Oh god, yeah, no. I saw a kitten today, it was so
That was
small.
so bad. That was
Aww.
so bad.
I just want to say,
Kitty,
I've
I
been
want
laughing
a
my
baby
ass
kitty.
all the way for the toilet.
You're gonna say what?
What?
What duck?
Never mind, never mind.
No.
never mind. I'm way too drunk. I'm way too drunk.
Clearly.
Okay, okay. It's okay, it's
Gonna,
okay.
sign off. Thank you.
Okay, good night. You take care, man.
Wow.
It's good to see you.
Likewise.
Good night. Thanks for
Good
playing.
games, everybody.
Oh.
I died.
Good job. Did you accidentally close it, or did you?
No, I closed it on purpose. I'm wondering if I should ping Azzy and we should play one round of Scrubbo for Azzy, but
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Let's see if Scroll.io. Let's see if Azzy's still down to play it.
Oh.
It says he's playing Planet Zoo. Mm.
Ooh, Planet Zoo. Oh, I want Planet Zoo. I want
I
Planet Zoo.
have it, but I don't
But I
play
really want
it.
Planet Zoo.
Oh, yeah.
I
I'm
also
still here.
really like
Yay!
Garden
Thanks for
Crush,
checking out
Garden
Turtle
Crush.
stocking up. Yeah. We need all the balls. We gotta stock up, guys. We gotta stock up. Gotta be prepared, because I just lost that last Pokemon. I did not get a Ditto. I don't have a Ditto. Don't burn my
The
butt.
Ditto and my other ones.
Don't burn my butt, guys.
Like I have no Ditto.
I will get, something. Here we go.
I've been trying to catch
Angry.
a crow
There.
on Pokemon Go, and it's
I'll
not
get
fun.
angry. Some wine. Cheers. That would make my animals eat customers. I don't know if you can do that in Plain Zoo.
Clanjava.
No, but you can do that in Jurassic Park Evolution.
Can you? Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, if your dinosaurs get out, they'll eat your customers.
What?
So I think.
That smile.
I think
Burn,
Mewtwo
burn,
should be
burn.
playing Jurassic Park.
I don't know what that face is. It's like a smiley face. Snacking? I need snacks.
Oh, I love his emotes so much. Oh wait, no, that's a
Snacking?
different one. Never mind. No.
You like
My mate's
snacking
asking-
snacks?
My mate's asking
No.
for Fallout guys,
No,
but I don't think.
I thought this was someone else's emote. It looks like someone else's emote though, that I know. Hi, Puddles.
I don't have Fallout. I mean, I probably...
I love Fallout.
I don't know if I do or
Talk about
not.
something.
If it was ever
Yeah, no,
free, then I
Fallout
have it.
Guys. Fallout guys, that's all.
Oh, Fall Guys.
Yeah.
Fall Guys.
And I think Fall Guys is cross-platform, but I don't have it.
Yeah. So my mate's asking. You know, Paddy came in here. He was asking for Fall Guys,
Mhm.
but I don't think that it's.
I don't have it.
That can be. Yeah. some people
I
don't know
love
it.
Fallout so much.
I play out Fallout for hours.
Fallout 76.
Yeah.
Ew,
Sure.
fuck that.
But yeah, Mew says hi, Green. Yes,
76
that's
is
hi.
the worst Fallout ever.
Mhm.
Okay. I pre-ordered that and I shouldn't have pre-ordered it. I'm really upset that I pre-ordered it. It's a waste of money. Fallout 4 is great though. I definitely finished that one a few times.
I play Fallout.
Yeah.
Da-da-da. Spent 8
Never
hours
actually
building a
played any
vault.
of the Fallout.
Dang,
Heck
8
yeah.
hours? Jeez.
Never played any of the Fallouts.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, I apologize for that. Just haven't and didn't. Well, until I see my mate play it, I didn't find it really too appealing. But after a wee while, I kind of thought that it would be a great game.
It took 104 hours to do
it was a
20-minute
bit too
quest. Shh!
Put it that
Don't
way.
talk about that. It was in what game? What game, Charles?
Oh
All of them?
shit, dude.
Yeah, I've not played any.
Well, I mean, I do stream and talk a lot, so it kind of interferes with everything. So that's why I just changed my stream to just chatting because I think we're done with golf.
Yeah.
And I was waiting to see if we were gonna play Scribble.io, but I don't know if we have people that want to play. So
As long as you use my words.
as long as I use your words, you want to play using your words, we'll do that.
Yeah.
We can do that. We can play some Scribble.io.
Just dyslexic, that's all.
That's fine. Well, send me your list.
Fuck me.
Oh, Paddy's here!
Send
Yeah,
me your
well,
list and we will draw
back.
some things and
It's in the
stuff.
thread, Mono.
Oh.
Mhm.
Okay, well let me get to the page now. Ugh. Okay. Rude! Rude! Rude!
Hey, oh,
I'm just kidding.
hold-
I know.
not finished.
My mods are rude. Help!
No, no.
I'm just kidding.
No,
Help.
I'm suggesting what kind of fucking.
What?
game
What?
it was.
We're gonna be playing Scribblio.
Have you ever played Skiblio?
Alright, let's do this and.
It's not always on the Xbox or the PC. It's
No, that's yeah.
you get it on the phone as well.
Why am I? Hold on.
I'm not listening to you. I don't wanna. No.
Alright. My thing is. There we go. fixing things and stuff. Jimmy, hello! You wanna play some Scriblio, Jimmy? We're thinking about changing it to Scriblio. Scribbly.io. I say Scriblio though. What's wrong with me?
Scriblio.
Is it Scriblio?
Yeah, you just say Scriblio.
I thought it was Scribble.io.
Yeah, but Scriblio, it's fun.
I just blend all the letters and words together because it's fun.
Yeah.
Scribble. I can't type, but I know there's a game type for it.
Scribble.io. But
Scribble.
it's no E at the end of Scribble, and it's a K.
Scribble.
Scribble.
.io.
Yeah,
Where the hell are you? Okay, never mind. I gave up. It's not coming up as a game type tonight.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Let me get into mod view.
Yeah, it won't let me find the game type tonight. So
you smashed, are you?
let's see. Done. There we go. We'll just do this. Redeemed. Show your guns. Oh my god, I have no guns. Why are you doing this to me?
Alright, it's fixed.
Okay. You redeemed it. I'll do it. Well, thank you for fixing it. Thank you. Scribble.io is cute. I'm running around cleaning. Obviously, a fun Friday night, but have some family coming in town, and I'm yak shaving, as my friend says, where I clean stupid stuff like my shower. Oh my god.
I feel that.
Yeah, you just like go.
That's gonna be me.
You have the realization that, oh my god, my microwave hasn't been cleaned in a while. Let's clean out the inside of the microwave because they might use it. It's just like all these things that you'd never think about all of a sudden are dirty when you have company coming.
Do you know the best? Kimono, you know the best solution?
Right.
Just get rid of the fucking microwave.
No, don't get rid of the microwave.
No.
Oh, 100%.
You can't get rid. I know, gun show. Okay. I have no muscles, so this is gonna be a thing. But we'll do it just for you because you redeemed it. All right. So it's like, there you go. Turtle, you embarrassed me.
Paddy, Kimono can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
dear God, that was loud.
Everyone can hear you.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell her that the last message you sent at me. Delete.
What?
Let's see. That's some guy was gonna ask, do we clip that? Oh no. Don't clip company on. I don't like when people come over. Yeah.
No.
Because you're gonna do all that cleaning. Nice. Okay. I gotta get to Scribble. I feel like my brain is a Scribble right now.
That was fine.
Paddy.
Do you remember, Jamie, did you ever watch Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends and the Scribbles?
Oh my God, yes.
I love the
Paddy, we're trying to
Scribbles.
play a game called Scribble.io.
Alright.
It's
We'll
on the
get you the
phone.
link here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get you the link in just a wee minute.
I'm with you, right? I'm with you. I'm
Cool.
I'm holding you, right?
Okay, cool.
If I can find the game.
Let Kimono attend to the stream.
Mono?
Hold on.
There, I found it.
The search bar.
I did. I found it. It just took me a hot minute because of things and stuff that we won't talk about.
And then we'll be right with you.
No, it's fine.
I'm just taking my good old time.
Quite right.
Lyric, thank you for the lyric mew. I came back just in time to see the gun show kissing. Shish, you know nothing.
Literally, Paddy, you're on stream, by the way.
You know nothing. Oh no, I never saw those. Okay, I'm gonna create a private room and we're gonna mute the tab because it's gotta get through its commercials. So give me a hot minute and then I gotta set up the game. I'm waiting for commercials to stop.
Oh my God, I'm so. Can we take a hot minute?
Come
I
again?
got a hot minute.
I know I'm hot, thanks.
I got a hot minute. I can't believe I got a hot minute.
Come on, game already.
I just heard that I got
Okay.
1 minute.
It did.
Can't believe it.
All the words, you can't believe the words.
All
my
the
God.
words just kind of
Words and
meld
things and
together,
stuff.
and it's just gibberish, my friend.
Okay, so general. Oh, why won't the thread show up? Is it because I'm streaming?
No,
I can't get to the thread. Hold on.
Alright, I guess I'll DM it to you.
I'm trying to get to the thread and it's denying me.
Here, I
There.
got you, I'll just-
Finally.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
I think so.
DM it to you. Let me see.
There. Okay, I see your words. Oh my god, your words are crazy cool. Okay, I got your words. We're gonna do custom words via Lady Rain, so blame Lady Rain, guys. Blame
If it
Lady
helps,
Rain.
it is Marvel themed. So if you know
Dynamite.
Marvel characters,
Right.
you'll be
Okay. I will
Patty's
post
got
Typically MCU characters.
Patty's
for
got this in the
safety
bag.
reasons. For safety reasons, I'm posting the link in my general chat.
Okay.
So if you want to join the game, it's in my general chat.
I'm gonna join.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
General and in Discord.
Right now?
Discord,
Okay.
main chatty chat,
What?
So,
the fuck are you talking about?
main chatty
Okay.
chat.
Here, I pinged you.
oh, you
in
get one?
Discord.
Oh, you gotta ping Dreams too.
I'm in it.
Oh, Dreams is good.
He's already in it, yeah. I pinged him anyway. Oh, I'm terrible.
So,
Dreams.
yeah.
Hook me up, man.
So,
Come on.
so Kimono and Lady have both pinged you the chat. Well, yeah, you've got Discord, so you'll have had
Oh,
Scribble,
yes.
come up as like a
Join us,
message.
Jamie.
You want to click on it, and then when you
Is
click
it
on it,
just-
Come play with us. I mean, that's right. You said you're cleaning.
Yeah,
So. But
exactly,
I appreciate you
yeah,
being here and
it'll be
lurking.
like a little.
So did you get your
message
microwave
or a
cleaned?
little, HTTP link. You want to click
Did
on
you
that,
dust the
and that'll bring you straight to
baseboards?
the channel. The one that we
Wait.
use.
Aiden,
Did you wash the throw rugs?
this-
Oh my
this
god, this
Discord
is the
channel.
stuff I think of. I go too far. I start freaking out about everything when I'm
Yeah.
cleaning. Did you wipe out the inside of the refrigerator? Did you clean out the refrigerator? Did you wipe down the coffee maker? You know, like, make sure there's not like an old K-cup in your Keurig just floating around.
What was our name?
I was gonna almost wash out the cat litter box. Oh no. Just put fresh litter in there. Just put fresh litter in there. It'll be fine. Just scoop it out. Put fresh litter in there. It's fine. It's fine.
You
You
got
did wipe down the coffee maker. You're doing great then. You're doing great. You're gonna be exhausted before they get there. And when they get there and hang out, if they're old, you're all gonna nap. Just saying. If they're older company, you're gonna eat dinner or lunch and you're all going to nap. And it'll be okay because you'll
Patty.
finally get some rest.
Paddy, you good?
I feel called out. No, I just been there. I get it. I get it.
Paddy.
Okay, so as you said, Dreams is in, Reigns is in.
Oh, bye, Patty.
I think Pat is gone. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, there
There
he
he
is.
is. You guys?
All right.
Hello?
2 more seconds, then we're gonna start this game.
Oh.
I gotta, and then you know, have to make sure I display share and all that good stuff too. So propose on because I hate ads. And display. No, we're not
Can I
gonna
ask you a
display.
question,
We're gonna.
Mono? See when someone clicks onto your channel and they get
There.
like automatically given like YouTube adverts or Twitch adverts, whatever.
It's
the
because
fuck.
you're not subbed.
Yeah, you have to be a sub to not get ads.
But I am subbed. I still
Are
get.
you?
Yeah.
Is that something new Twitch has started then?
Yeah. Like every.
Because I started getting ads on another person's stream that I was subbed to.
Like I get like 2 or 3 minutes of adverts. Well, I get an
Yes, Twitch started doing that, Sixer?
About damn time you show up.
Oh no. Sixer, play with us. There's a link in general chat.
And then after that, it becomes like just like a
Puddles? I swear to God.
I will double check on it because I don't know if Twitch reverted some of their settings or something to make ads come up, but subs should not be getting ads because I have that turned off.
I've been all alone modding this chaos, Sixer.
Yeah, I mean 100% I'm subbed, but I'm just curious because I know that like every now and then, every like 40 or 50 minutes, it comes up and it gives me an advert, which you can't skip for like 20 seconds. It says one of and you're like, okay, no problem, that's fine. So you get through the first 20 minutes and then the far right hand corner, like maybe mid screen, it says skip.
How do I run ads on your
You
channel?
can skip that bit, but you can't skip the
Revenue.
Of course not,
That
because
works.
they're gonna get their revenue regardless.
Yeah.
So just
Ad free viewing. Allow subscribers to watch your content on your channel ad free. And that's on.
Kimono.
So you.
You might want to add Venom to that list. I forgot about Venom.
Okay.
Forgot that was a character that existed.
Alright. Oh, I try not to show everybody the words. Crap, I'm showing everybody the words.
It's okay.
that's fine. Is that
You've been
fine?
sitting on the couch. You could have joined us. You could have joined us.
Okay, so lady, you choose.
You know you're allowed.
I know. I know.
Fuck that type this.
Circle.
Where the fuck did I type this? Oh, I type it in chat. Oh, fuck, why did I press F12?
Circle hero. Scroll girl. Scroll girl. Stick man.
I'm like really awful at this. Just saying. I don't know why I don't even.
I don't even
Why did
know.
I do this?
It's got a V in it.
Yes. I also
Got
included
blood.
actor
You
names.
guessed it already. I mean, it's
I
not
also included
Thor.
actor names. Actor
You can.
names too.
Oh, well, I ain't gonna know that. I can't remember names worth heck.
Voted sexiest man 1 year with People Magazine.
I don't do actor
Wow, that's
names.
close. Yeah, that's Chris Evans.
Chris Evans, which is Thor. But yeah,
Oh, he's
I
Captain
don't-
America.
No,
it's
you
Captain
Hemsworth
America.
is
Okay, which
Thor.
one's Thor?
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth. Okay. I'm terrible with names. I will swear up and down,
He is
guys.
blonde.
I'm gonna fail this.
Has he?
The Blob. I don't know. Oh yeah, obviously. Norway Mikey. Our kid.
If you don't get it, just the chin.
Dreams, you gotta type in the game, not the stream.
Fuck.
Then we're not playing Chef Squad. We love you, Dreams. Oh, I know who this is.
Oh,
Actually, no one. That's the only one I'm gonna get. That's it. That's it. That's what you get from me. That's it. That's the one I got. Yeah.
What do you got?
I got one. I got
Yeah.
you.
but you're typing it in the wrong spot, Billy.
You gotta pull it up in the web browser,
No,
the
you
link
don't do
that I
it in
sent you.
Twitch Chat. You do it in Scriblio.
You gotta do it in that little box in the right hand column where
Oh,
it says
God.
Dreams is now drawing. But it's his turn to draw, so.
What the fuck? What? Like I got.
We're drawing. Fuck.
Pick whatever word you picked, you get to draw. You had it in chat though, so you win. Our
What
heart
is
stream.
this?
Oh yes.
That's not a.
Spiral.
What the fuck is that?
I'm trying to change colors here. Oh fuck, that didn't work.
I don't know.
That didn't work neither.
You guessed it with a G?
I didn't even have that.
Oh! I did too. I don't know. I don't even know what hero this is.
I'll give you a little indication.
She was in one of the Ant-Man movies.
Oh, okay. I would have just been like, boo. Oh my god. How do I draw this?
I swear to God, I was going with Nebula.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to draw this.
So where do I take this in then?
I don't
on
know.
the right-hand side of the Scribblio screen. And the
They're
little
just
cat
gonna
line.
like.
Fuck.
I don't know. God.
No, I think I just put her in a storm, if she's even in there. Wait, Sue Storm? No. What? Oh.
I'm like wedding.
Oh my god, Frank got it! Oh my god.
No, that's not their name, is it?
I don't know.
I don't have that.
And then, I'm terrible at this. Yeah, there you go.
It's a hard one to draw. I don't know why I drew that one.
Invisible woman. You guys did great. Invisible woman. I don't know how to draw an invisible woman. Tornado, yes.
Kimono, just for 2 seconds. Or lady. Where the
Yes.
fuck do I type this into? I type it into like
Right where you were drawing at. Remember where you were drawing at? The right side box, that bottom right hand column where you were drawing at.
You guys are actually more pissed than I am.
Okay, I get it. Nah,
Here.
You're still up there, pal.
Oh!
Right here.
If you don't get this one, I swear to God, I'm gonna be real mad.
Oh, guys.
I'll give you a hint. It's on my arm too.
I know that one.
Just dyslexic.
Yo, I'm dyslexic. I'm colorblind.
Switch the I and A.
I'm not dyslexic.
In the first one.
Meow, why aren't you playing? Oh, welcome back, Meow. Probably because he just got back.
Yay.
Thanks, pal.
Oh, jeez.
Oh god, as he's gonna draw us an Among Us character, you know it. Among Us is about to happen.
See when I'm hanging about this.
Among Us hero. I knew it! Oh my god. Among Us with a backpack.
Come on.
What kind of hero is Among Us?
No. Come on.
I'll try. I'm trying to talk in Discord. You're trying? Oh no.
No.
We can't hear you.
No, that's not.
Fall Guys.
Oh.
Nah.
Fall Guys is fun as fuck. Come on.
No one else has
Fall
it.
Guys is fun as fuck.
Oh no.
Come on.
No one else has it.
I don't know who has a green thing.
No one else has Fall Guys.
I
Everyone
don't
has
have
fucking
it.
Fall Guys.
Not Green Lantern.
Everyone has Fall Guys.
No, I know this one. There we go.
He's got a mohawk? What hero has a mohawk?
It's not a
Or
mohawk.
a swirly thing like Elvis.
Look at the.
It's like,
Oh! It's the time traveling guy, but I can't remember his name. Oh my god, it's the guy that has the thing that he protects.
Yeah.
And he travels and Infinity Stone. Doctor Strange! Oh my god! I know, I love Doctor Strange. I just forgot the name. I'm the hero with the mohawk. It's just, why do it look like Elvis, right? That's Doctor Strange. I love Doctor Strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Is it working?
6,
That's
7.
loud.
Hi, Meow. Welcome back. 10 gold coins.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. I get it. Yo.
Yep.
It looks like football.
You can.
This is an organization that was
Mhm.
after Iron Man and was also in a featured Asian.
I don't
Empire
remember
film.
this at all. I don't remember 10
Rings.
rings. I don't remember it at all.
I'm very good at what I do. I love picture.
I don't know anybody in any of these. Oh no. Oh god, so we're just gonna like make something up here because yeah. So it's gonna be
What? Oh, Capone. Oh, okay.
okay, this is not the right word, but I can't think of a picture to go with this yet, so we're gonna start
That's
with
okay.
this. It's not that, but
It looks like a condom, Mono.
Sure.
no, it's not. Oh.
So if you haven't watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier, it's a little harder to know that one, but
I was gonna-
yeah, U.S. Agent is.
I was gonna try to write top secret, but it didn't give me time.
Okay.
You have to switch to push and talk in VC? Okay. Rain one. Rain and Azzy always should do video games. Oh jeez. Do we have that one again?
That was a fun one. I don't know if we have that one.
Is that what? I think that's what Azzy sent me. I
Oh,
think
is
it's
it?
what
Okay.
Azzy sent me. Let me look.
Maybe we could probably put half and half.
Can I just say
Home
for my-
chef.
This is a fucking cracking Friday.
I'm looking at my DMs. Oh, here it is. I found it.
This to me is a fucking banging Friday. Absolutely a mental Friday.
I found video
I
games.
think you should probably put a little thing at the top of your screen too, because you're sharing some of it. Oh no,
Okay.
Azzy left.
What? I'm back, Azzy. We're doing your video games.
You could, meow. I don't know how much of a difference it'll make.
American flag condom. No! It was American. It was American flag in not detective but agent, and I didn't know how to draw an agent. U.S.
Be
agent.
okay with just your normal stuff. Yep, U.S. condom, guys.
Yes, God. Hey, at least we're being safe. At least we're being safe, you know.
Except the U.S. agent's a bad guy, kind of. Yes.
US condom equals US condom equals bad guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good guy.
I got it, Azzy. Welcome
He's
back.
a really
Welcome
shitty
back.
person. John Walker's awful.
Are they stabby?
No, John Walker is the fake.
Thank you. Safe. Ha
Captain
ha ha. Ha ha ha.
I'll be honest with you, I was just thinking condom, stabby, sabotage, bad guy.
No, she didn't. She didn't know what U.S. agent was. I think she was trying to draw a magnifying glass, to be honest.
No, yeah, like, you know, detective uses, because I couldn't think of what an image is for an agent, so I was like, I was hoping
When I
a
think
letter
of
would
agents,
pop
I
up.
think of like the detective hat, honestly.
I'll be honest with you.
Oh!
Even just,
Like a
See,
fedora.
I thought of the magnifying glass, yeah.
if you had even remotely written like 007, I would have got that. 100%.
Oh!
You're like a secret agent, man.
Like, fucking
US and a 007. Draw a hat with the glasses below it. That's still gonna look like a detective, no matter what I draw.
But it's
I
not
found
going
some
with the
food.
name or anything. It's just it's number.
Welcome, Meow. Welcome back. Welcome, Paimon. Alright, we're gonna start this next round. If you want to join the game, the link is in my general chat. You guys know where.
Yeah, evil.
But feel free to join the game.
Like I said, fake Captain America.
Meow, are you
it's
gonna
like
join
a
the game?
blackish color.
I'll try to join. I just have to switch over to Discord for a sec and type it in my PC.
Okay. Do it, do it.
Hi, Pettis.
Yeah. Happy to see you all again. Hey there, Dream Leader.
Yeah. Oh,
That wasn't for
Well.
you, Meow. That was for Dreams.
Are you? Yeah, I know. I thought so.
has a black tunic.
Oh, I just did this.
Well, happy to see you.
What? Did I miss it?
I wasn't paying attention. What did you do?
Oh.
You
Oh.
don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, my normal thing.
The FBI will never find me. Wow.
It's like a fucking zone out. So just to double check here.
No.
Where I'm at the moment, I don't need to move.
Correct.
No, you're perfect.
Right
Stay
where
where
you're
you're at. Don't do anything. We're just waiting for Meow to join.
Sounds ideal.
I'm trying to get my tablet to work.
No rush, no rush. We got you.
Get better.
Posture check. Ah!
No. I'm
You're gonna
not
make me
doing
sit up.
posture. Nope, not happening. I'm not sitting up. I've been sitting up all day. Fuck that shit.
Ah! There. Okay, feet are on the floor.
Where's my? Oh, there's my.
Alright, let's move on.
I'm out of wine again. Sad.
I think your glass is faulty.
I know.
It's got a hole.
A hole.
There you go. Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. There you go, Meow.
Even just thinking at the top, I'm like, ah, it's got a hole.
I'll see you when you get our shit. When we get our stuff together. Okay, Patty. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Appreciate you. Lurk! Going to bed early. My booty hurts. Your booty hurts, so you gotta go to bed early. Okay, get some sleep, man.
Bro.
I'm quite curious as to how the fuck that booty hurts so much you need to go to sleep.
I don't know.
My booty hurts.
Yeah, sitting does hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. If you sit for too
This is
long.
the one I meant to push. Been sitting since like 10 a.m. gaming. You're OP.
Well, yeah. Then you're able to like
Okay.
adjust your body.
I'm going
where
to-
it's, all the weights like put along the entirety of like your anterior.
I get yours.
I'm gonna refill my wine real quick. Wait. I'm out of drink, so you guys can entertain.
Alright, I'm in.
Oh, he joins. Ah, do I still get wine or do I have to wait? Okay.
Go get your wine.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, take your time. I'll acclimate to this.
I'm just putting clear nail polish on my fingers anyway, so it's fine.
I'm gonna be right back. By the way, how's my mic sound? I can't tell if it's too far or too close.
Good. That sounds good.
Sounds clear, but close.
Oh, okay. How's this?
That
Oh,
sounds
maybe
good to me.
sensitivity.
So that sounds good.
That should be fine.
Less Michael Jackson.
Good.
Do you guys use sensitivity like around the middle of the
So I just
the-
let it do auto sensitivity.
Yeah.
auto? Okay, I'm gonna switch
Yeah.
to that and I'll be right back.
It should just adjust it while you're here.
I'm back and I have wine. Cheers.
Welcome back.
It's your fucking late shit.
It's wine o'clock, Kim. It's actually wine o'clock for
Ozzy
me.
says water though. Ah.
My message that I put up on Discord.
Oh, you're an hour behind me? You
Yes, I am.
how rude.
I don't know. When time
So what do I
goes
do
forward,
here?
I wonder if you're only a state away.
Thank you. Oh, do you have tea? Do you have tea, Meow? Giant Bear needs one. Giant Bear is usually drunk half the time back there. Let's be real. He's actually sitting upright tonight.
Dr. Danger is drunk? Oh, snap.
Yeah. Or was it exclamation bear to read the description on the bear? Yeah.
No, that's right.
Yep.
Karakuma, Dr. Bernard Danger.
Do I have all that stuff enabled? I don't even know if I turned that all off on my stream.
See, I got
Karakuma,
clear nail polish
yeah.
on my fingies now, so they're all glossy and shiny.
Yeah, but you gotta give it a minute. to
Drink
sit
water.
before
Thank you,
start
Ozzy.
pushing keys.
No, so this is just a top coat, so it's pretty quick to dry. Oh
Do you know
no.
my mother?
Hey, look real quick.
It's kind of
Manage.
awful, actually, but my mother used to put
Oh, no wonder they haven't been redeeming bear in a chair and squats and side stretches and all that crap because I got it turned off.
Yeah,
I mean,
Probably ever
if
since
you
art
bite
streams.
nails, it's
like they taste awful.
Yeah, it tastes fucking
Yeah.
horrendous.
My mom tried doing that. I still bite my nails.
Yeah, same. Like,
There we
they
go.
always say that the sign of a true gent is ones that always look after their hands.
You immediately did squats. Of course you did. I should not have turned that back on just yet, so,
Also,
you
if
know.
notice, you
Okay.
probably can't really notice
Thank
too
you for
much,
the
but
lyric.
My left hand, my nails.
Alright, now
are
you can
longer
judge
than my
me on my ability to do
right. I'm
these.
right-handed.
Especially now that I'm on my third glass of wine, so, yeah. I can't do these
Well,
anything, so.
if you let your
3,
nails grow out, whichever one you use the
4,
most won't grow as quickly.
5. I am not doing 100. I'll die. I'll die. I did 5. I did 5. I'm good. I'm good.
I like biting my nails, but it's like,
No.
I don't know if it's because of,
Like this one I
nervousness or-
bit off because it was pissing me
Oh, are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
But I've been
Push
really
quickly.
good about my left hand. It all looks really nice. I really like this.
So while we're at it though, I've never given out any hugs tonight. Oh, I hugged myself. That's good. Self-love. Okay, Azzy gets the cookies tonight. Although that's dangerous. Why am I giving Azzy cookies after he just made me do crap? Why did I just give out cookies to Azzy after that? No, now he's got more ammo. Oh, it's a cute Mew emote. Oh my god. And Yoshi?
Yeah. Thanks.
Go to the top of the V. Oh my god, Thor. Please. Please, Thor. Sixer gets a kiss on the cheek. Mwah. And then... What do we got? What do we got? What do we got now?
Nice
What do we-
cookie.
Splash. Splash is Sixer. Oops, Patty. Boop.
No.
And... Who am I gonna burn? Dang, that's a lot of cookies,
You
Azzy.
ain't getting any.
Well, I totally missed that. I'm gonna be salty about that.
I have ice cream, guys.
That for the win.
For some reason, I hear myself on your stream, Meowguard.
Oh yeah, I had you on my PC while I'm using the tablet, so I'm sure you're hearing your echo.
Yeah. Echo. But yeah. Okay, okay. We fixed that. Alright, we're gonna play. We're gonna play. Oh, wait. Lady Rain left!
Yeah.
I hear an
Yeah,
echo. No, you're not going crazy, Mew. We fixed it. We fixed it. It's just you, Mew. Only you can hear it. It's just in your head. It's nobody else. Mr. Grubby! Hi, Mr. Grubby. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Gelato layers? My voice is loud?
I got the gelato.
No, I said the voices are
Normally I
loud
get
because
the
I
other
can hear
one,
you.
I'm gonna have to whisper. Just kidding. Gelato. I love
I gotta
gelato.
go get a man to open this for me.
Which gelato do you have? How's stream going? It's going good. Sixer, can you shout out Mr. Grubby for me? Pretty please, Sixer. I can add hearts. I need about 50,000 so I can make you do 5,000 squats. Luckily, there's a limit to how many of those you can redeem. guys, go check out Sixer and Mr. Gubby. They both stream. Awesome, kind individuals. Go check them out. Highly recommend. Good friends of mine. Both of them.
What?
You are not, Sixer. You are far from it.
No. You're not. I thought you were at first. But you're not.
Rain is very blunt and honest. And she's sweet. And she likes you, so you're just stuck with it. We like you. I've been hanging out with my brother all night. Been drinking. Ah! Cheers, Mr. Grubby. Cheers.
Cheers.
No.
We can hear ourselves again, Meow. What happened?
Yeah, I'm pretending that you're all in my head. That's why I said the voices are loud.
Oh. Alright, so we're gonna start this game because everybody's here.
I had to have Dalton open my eyes clean for me.
Aww.
Don't let.
Let's start now.
Well, I wasn't
Ready?
gonna be able to open it if I didn't get him to open it for me.
I hate that. Living alone is a challenge in itself. I'm gonna tell you guys. You don't have anybody to take your jars to for anybody to open. Sometimes you're just like, I give up. I'm not having pickles today because I can't get the jar open.
Do you not have grippy mat things?
I do. And I eventually get it open. It just takes me a heck of a darn long time. There's only one task at my house I have not been able to accomplish because I'm short.
This is me. Is it?
What's the theme?
Meow is drawing. And I have a cheese stick. Look, cheese stick. Buy a step stool. I borrowed one, but it was too short.
Fucking know that one.
The stool was too short. I needed a 6-foot ladder.
I knew that one. I have a book.
What is it? Oh. What?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mono.
I had help. I'm not gonna lie. I had help. I'm short. I need a tall ladder so I can reach to put this nail in the ceiling way up high.
I don't know if you saw Meow, but
Oh wow, that's awesome. What is
She assisted me, Meow. We won't talk about it.
it's a prequel to
As he's drawing another Among Us character. No, he's not.
Oh, amazing. That's what friends are for, Kim.
Somebody else. Cheese stick.
Is this McDonald's?
It's a video game, so I don't know.
Oh!
Oh. It's not Doom. That's what I was going to say. Why does it have a face?
Oh. It doesn't have the numbers.
Oh, fuck.
Not Doom. It's the other thing with evil things.
Yeah, and I can't think of it.
I don't know.
I have the very first one that was released in like 96.
Motherfucker.
Older than
Oh! I got it! Diablo. Oh, sorry, I just said it. Diablo. I just said it out loud. Oh.
What could this be?
Diablo.
Fucking cunt.
McDonald's sign. It does look like fries. I need french fries now. Thanks. Meow. I mean, Mew. Mew, not Meow. But yes, both of you, thanks. I need fries. Upside down table.
No.
Upside down Among Us character. I don't know.
Nope.
Pants. Overalls.
Who wears overalls, Mono?
Who wears overalls? I don't know who the hell wears overalls. Oh my god.
specific one.
Never mind. I'm stuck on heroes. Hmm.
It's a me.
I'm stuck on superheroes instead of video games. And every time it comes up, I'm trying to think of the superhero. Not Super Mario 64, the video game. Red condom. It is not a red condom. Oh my god, Mewtwo. Oh my god. Banned. Just kidding.
Okay.
Just kidding. 3 lines and a dot.
Mono.
Oh my god. Really?
What are you drawing, Dream?
Oh.
This has nothing to do with this game.
Surely it does.
No.
Oh,
It does.
You're right.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
That was Diablo again.
Yeah, I fucked up. My bad.
Like, wrong game, dude.
Yeah, totally.
I need more cheese sticks. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! Yes! I'm so excited about this one! Oh my god, I'm so excited! I'm so excited, I'm so excited! This was the best ever. Oh my god, I'm so excited about drawing this one. That was a bad job at drawing that, but you'll get the idea in about 5 seconds if you know this game. Ah.
Oh, I think I know this one.
Uh-huh. I'm a former Homestuck, so I should definitely know this one too.
Oh my god.
The creator of this game and the creator of Homestuck are friends. Like, really close friends.
Evil flower. Undertale. You would not know that unless you play his Bell Spout, though. Undertale, my favorite. You like Undertale that much? I loved Undertale when I played it. I did not play the continuation of it, though. I haven't played that yet.
I haven't played it ever.
Everybody wants me to play the continuation on stream, and I...
Meow.
The new version, and I haven't played the new version. I would have never got that. Flowery is the evil flower from Undertale. Without telling too much. That probably was already too many spoilers right there. But... Penis? Sorry.
I was late, but okay.
I don't know what we're drawing. Terrible. Green, muscular thing.
So, where's the eraser?
There's an undo. There's an undo arrow.
Okay.
It looks like muscular or whatever it is. Muscles, I don't know.
Yes.
Muscles. It's not Metroid. Carrot. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? No. It's a fighting game, maybe, or...
What?
It's not Halo. It's not Master Chief. It's got a gun, though. Ah! What is it, guys? What is it? Star Fox. Oh, we need a tail, I think. Maybe a tail.
I chose Metroid Prime. I don't know how it got there.
Nope.
4. Oh, yes! Best game ever. Yeah. Woohoo! Go Mono! The most points you've ever earned. Oh my god, is there a Among Us guy in the middle of the Pong game? I'm sorry, I just said what it was. Dang it, Chris can't trust me to keep my mouth shut right now.
That was a good guess. Kimono, you got it right. My job.
I know, terrible though. Good thing nobody's listening. You gotta type it, meow. Oh, you know what it is now. Ping pong. Ping pong.
Not quite.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Ping pong.
I'm not as good of a drawer as you guys, but
Texas. What the hell? Oh. Oh.
You don't have to include the first part of it, just the like which version it is.
I think I'm there. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I just gotta spell it right. I just gotta spell it right.
Someone help me.
Very good illustration. Perfect.
What the fuck? Oh, you couldn't.
Told you, it's just the version.
Perfect illustration.
Alright, Dream. You're drawing.
Cookie that has seen things. Yeah, I love that. It's a cookie that has seen things. What video game is this? It's got 3 words. Infinity. I don't know. Fish.
No.
Loop-de-loop. City Skylines. Has he guessed the word already? Roller coasters. What's the one with the roller coasters? Drawing. Hot Wheels. Yes, Meow Guard. It's Hot Wheels. 100%. Blank the blank. The is the middle word. Blank the blank.
I know this one, but I don't remember. I think he's
Sonic the Hedgehog! Oh my god. We just needed some gold coins on that loop-de-loop. Just kidding.
Yeah.
We got it. You got it. Really? Again? Oh, never mind. I can't do that now because I just said it. Okay, we're gonna do something else then because I just said that one. I can't do that one again. I gotta do a different one.
What the heck? Oh. I think I have to draw some asphalt, no.
Oh. Yeah. I think you're right. Ah!
Oh, that's good.
Street Fighter. They're get your dukes up. Let's fight.
Hey,
That's why I said
like
you
that.
should draw some asphalt.
So I have no idea how to play this, or what is it? How to draw this.
Try your best, man.
Let's go. That was a good one, Kim. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right.
What the heck is that? God.
Mm. There's the Pokemon. Catch it. Catch the Pokemons. Oh, jeez. It's like a king or something on a, or somebody sitting in a pile of fire. Meditating. A fiery person. A god. I don't know. Got a sword in their back. Fable.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't have known that one.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't
played
know.
Fable. It's actually a really good game. I just didn't understand that one.
I played Fable 3, but I didn't know how to draw the Fable.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start with that.
Nice, Azzy.
Green blob. Green ghost. Green something.
Oh, I know this.
One-eyed monster. Ah, Alien. Grinch, no. It's a video game, so... It's got 3 eyes. That's very specific.
Oh.
I don't know this game. And it's got a knife. This is a very specific game.
I need some letters in the first. That's not helpful.
A very, very specific stabby horror game.
Tom Clancy's.
It's not Dead by Daylight.
It's not a division.
No, this is a Tom Clancy.
Tom Clancy's Ghost.
Sam Fisher? Hmm.
No.
She's,
Fisher.
No, it's 8 and 4. If you look at the top, Splinter Cell.
Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
Oh.
I knew it was made by Tom Clancy.
Ah, thanks for the hint, Sixer. We still failed.
This is gonna be easier to draw this way.
Hmm.
I mean, you're all gonna get points when I start drawing. I'm just worried about my spelling. P-O-K.
Pokemon.
I.
Oh! Oh my god!
No, I.
If I don't know this one, I need to be shot. 2016. I think February.
My first Pokemon game.
February 2016, I believe. I think it was February. I have to go back and look. Maybe no, I bet it was June. Yeah, it was June. It was the anniversary of Pokemon, I believe. Something like that.
No,
Pokemon Go.
February. But it didn't.
Oh, well, I'm getting the 2 dates confused then. Yeah, I think you're right. It's June 16th, I think. Something like that. June something. 2016. I don't know. June something. I'd have to go back and look, but I'm sure I have a Pokemon from that date.
Let's do this.
You know, make me look up Pokemon and see who my oldest is. So I can give you the specific date the Pokemon Go started. Or whereabouts.
That way.
Because I'm a nerd.
Like around maybe 2018? Maybe that's when it started?
It started 2016.
It was the same year I graduated high school. And I had already graduated high school, and that's how I know.
That this also goes.
My oldest Pokemon is from July 12th, 2016. School, ew. What school? What do you mean, ew? Pokemon school? I don't know. My oldest Pokemon is a Blastoise and a
I have no idea.
Vaporeon
Um,
and a Golem and a Snorlax. These are all have the
Oh,
same
no.
date. Yeah. Oh no. Jeez. Okay. We're going to do this one just because I can't draw anything else. And you guys know this picture already. Oh my god, Azzy, I didn't even finish the drawing anything yet. You already know. Wait a minute, aren't the pants blue? Something's blue. I don't remember.
I thought it was a shirt.
It might be the shirt.
I'm close, like, someone fucking help me here.
It's the full game.
No normal school. Stu Griffin. Stewie Griffin laughing at. Why am I talking about Stewie Griffin in school? Are you going to school? I'm so confused. Brain help, my brain's not working. It died a while ago.
I think it was when Rain mentioned 2016 and mentioned school.
Squat break. 2016. Oh god.
Look, at least I'm educated.
You guys are killing me. Wow. You like confusing people? Well, it's working because I'm blaming it on the wine. So,
The wine, to be honest.
third glass. I don't know. Read chat and tell me what he's talking about. School, ew. No normal school. Laugh my ass off. Stewie Griffin. 500 squats? Hell no. I am not, what's his name from Naruto? I cannot do thousands and hundreds of squats. What's his name? Oh, dang. What's his name? The green... Yeah, Rock Lee, the jumpsuit guy. Yeah, I'm not Rock Lee. I can't do 500 squats. You guys are crazy. Yeah. Can do 5. We got this. So, yeah, and don't laugh, because they're terrible.
No, use your form,
You?
man. We gotta work on
I can't do it. My body won't.
Remind me in a couple months to help you with your form.
Yes, you gotta teach me, Rain. I can't do squats. My body goes forward. I'm gonna blame the weight of my frontal area. I'm just gonna go there because I don't know how to keep my back straight. I can't do it. My knees don't bend that way or something. I don't know. GGQ, thank you, meow. Alright, are we doing another list? Are we doing another set of drawings?
I think we should go back to Marvel.
Go back to what? Marvel? Oh god, I'm not gonna remember any of it. We can switch to Marvel. Or we can see what other lists we have. Did somebody else submit a list? Was it Shane?
I know Meow added some words too.
Where did he add words at?
In the thread.
Oh! Words are hard. Oh my god. As a word submission, Scrabble, puzzle, words are hard. God.
Don't forget word. That's a word.
Word is a word. Word is word. We should do Pokemon again. Oh, we haven't done Pokemon tonight, have we? We could do Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. We can do Pokemon.
That is not Pokemon.
What is the theme of this one?
Something you will like, but other people aren't gonna have a clue. know if anybody's gonna be able to guess that one. That's not Pokemon. That's the only problem. It's anime. I don't know if everybody's gonna be able to guess anime.
Oh. I probably won't even either.
I am fucking
Yeah.
shit
We're gonna skip.
at anime.
Let's just do whatever the hell it pops up. How's that sound?
Yeah, fuck it.
Sounds good.
Let's do the default.
Rock out with the cock out.
Because I don't want to. I love anime. Don't get me wrong. I just want to be fair to everybody that's playing.
I like anime, but I don't think I know enough about it.
Yeah, I honestly love anime and probably don't know enough about it.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's like proper blatant, like fucking Attack on Titans or whatever the fuck it else is, then I'm lost.
Okay, as soon as Rain comes back, let's start. I'm not gonna start without her.
Cool. So what have you gone for in the end?
What do you mean?
As in, like, what was? It's not like anime.
I mean, we did Heroes, we did games, we've done Pokemon the other night. It just depends on what people have submitted what we've done.
So what's the general, I guess, topic or genre as to what we're trying to find?
Oh, in here, I have no idea on what they're gonna do on the random stuff on default.
Or is it just random? Okay.
Yeah.
Default, yeah. Default is default.
Fair enough.
Gen 3 Pokemon? Could always,
Right.
do Gen 9. Gen 9 Pokemon's great too.
Yeah.
Got the Weed Kitty.
Let's go.
Alright, Meow. Go drawn.
Meow's up.
Kick butt.
No. Uh-oh.
Ain't my app working? Okay. Fries. It's not McDonald's. It's not a burger and fries. It looks like a freaking burger and fries. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. No, I don't. Until they threw the U in there, I didn't know I knew what it was until the U was when U went in there. What other word do you use for? Oh.
Oh!
I don't know.
What's
Oh!
non-healthy food?
Yes! Finally!
Do you not know
Yes.
what we call a non-healthy food?
No. Big
Like,
Mac.
what I was
McDonald's,
eating. No.
The second word is food. The first word is all this kind of food goes into a category.
Yeah,
Yeah.
junk food.
I didn't realize.
I didn't know how else to describe it. Like,
It's fine.
it's like a snack food almost. What? Oh dear God. All right, what Among Us character are we getting this time? Romantis. Oh hi. Weird.
Hulk catch. Hulk catch. Catch 'em all. Ooh, a rocket. Astronaut. Spaceship.
Got it. First fucking try.
Oh. That's what it is.
I don't know what it is. Oh, maybe?
Yeah, you do. It's all nice and pretty at 4th of July.
Yeah. Yeah. Think
But it's
explosion.
just a singular one.
Yeah, they should put an S on it.
You know you can get silent ones of them for people who have dogs. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, but people don't.
We're under the sea. Or lightning. Clouds, water, spikes, ice.
Close. Well, that's shitty.
Crocodile's mouth. It's not icicles because the words are in the wrong place. The letters are in the wrong place.
You have it, Mono. You had it.
I can't spell.
It's not plural.
Icicle. I can't spell.
One wouldn't have made sense.
I can't spell. It's okay.
If I didn't make this happen, I'm doing a really bad job. So.
No. Oh God. It's not junk food or fast food.
My next guess was a frozen crocodile.
No. Close though.
Crocodile.
Close.
Green. Loch Ness Monster.
This is all looks underwater. This all looks underwater.
Sub.
Ah, yes.
It really Loch
You were
Ness
close,
now.
Mono. Just not the last word. Not the big word. Just the two. And lock is not spelled like you think it is. It's got an H instead of a K.
Yeah.
It's Nessie's home.
Nessie's home.
Where Nessie lives.
Oh, so it's a location. I didn't know Loch Ness was a location.
Yeah, that's
It is. It's also
All
so
these
far,
things.
like a part of the country.
Oh, my favorite thing in the world. Here we go.
I wrote a silent H, Rain.
Cock.
What the heck?
You little Sorry, my bad. My bad.
What's your favorite? Oh.
Really? Oh my god, am I that predictable?
I know you quite well.
Oh my god. You
It
guys
took
are
me a second to
terrible.
figure out what it was. I'm like, oh, that's what it is. I couldn't figure out what was brown that you really liked for a short minute.
What's throwing me off is the fact that it's squint.
Huh? It's the candy bar. That's the type of candy that she really likes.
Chocolate! Chocolate. I started drawing different varieties of Hershey's chocolate. I don't know. You're just like...
Meow
I'm
gets
just messing with you. Good drawing. Ooh.
What the heck, phone? I just heard something about varieties of Hershey's chocolate. I think
not a
Alexa...
baguette.
I think Alexa was going off trying to look up varieties of chocolate. That's a big word. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I don't know. Kat, you should cover the word thing when you guess the word.
Yes.
You can see it on stream, yeah?
Yeah.
But nobody's that's playing is watching my stream. That's good.
Bullshit.
Oh, I'm
Mono.
watching.
You're watching? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm watching.
Oh!
It is covered up. It is covered up on my stream.
No. The top.
Oh, that part. I gotta import another image for
Also,
that.
That is not him. That is his monster. Just saying. They're two
Oh!
different things.
Oh, you fucker. I forgot the name.
I hate the fact that
Not-
people
it's
do
not
that.
Lodge. It's not Lodge.
No. It's by Mary Shelley.
Oh,
Frankenstein.
you fucking idiot.
But that's his
dude.
monster, and that's not actually Frankenstein. Frankenstein was the doctor.
Yeah.
Yay!
I'm so
That
glad
was a
I
really
would've
good one.
got that. I actually would have
got
got
it.
that. Or
Did
killed.
good.
Thank you.
I like me some Frankenstein. That was a really good book too. If you haven't read it, it's worth it. What the fuck? Oh, it's a. Nope, that's not it. Nope. What the fuck?
Mm. Elongated cheesecake. I like that. Oh my gosh.
Close enough.
It's
It's
the
a
colored.
book.
It was the colored thing. There we go. There's the colored thing.
Oh!
When you put in the middle
Yes!
of one.
It's a
when you're trying to save
tampon
a
in the
spot.
middle of a book.
Yeah, it's a
Sorry.
tampon.
I'm terrible. He wrote that as he is.
Tampon.
Oh my god, Among Us. Bookmark, yes. Just type the freaking bookmark word. There you go. You had it, Meow. You had it. You just had to type bookmark.
I'll troll it. I'm sorry, I'm evil.
Oh, yeah. Nope.
Good guess.
Oh god, I didn't know if
Ah!
I could that
Yes.
I don't know.
It's definitely not a G clef because the G clef goes round.
I don't know different types of notes. I'm screwed. I
It
don't know this.
has nothing to do with music. Read the words. Paul Blart. What did he write on?
Oh, segue thing. He looks like a tadpole. It's a tadpole, I would say. Oh my god. Oh, let's test my drawing skills here.
Can you
It's probably something only Americans know. Oh my god, Azzy got it.
It's the best thing in the world.
Oh, this is my dream right here.
Yeah.
It's great. You turn it.
Yeah, it can come in little squares, you know, you cut them off the thing, and...
It's normally held at room temperature in England, I think.
Butter baby! Butter baby! Good job, James.
It's a butter.
Make me feel like my drawing was successful.
It was successful. I knew exactly what it was.
Okay. Fuck. Good luck.
Definitely a peen. Oh, no, not a peen. Damn.
Guess the word. Oh! That's easy.
Yeah, I do my best. Pretty good.
Pergonart.
The word for with child. Fetus. He's trolling. He's trolling. Belly button. We're looking for belly button.
No.
Fuck's sake.
Cheers. Belly button.
Actually, disliked my drawing. Fuck you, actually.
You didn't even start yet. Alright, cat man. Toe. God, what is a 3-letter word? That's a duck.
Australian bird. But not the long one.
Ah, the weird word. The weird word for the bird.
Yeah.
The one that's gonna kick your brains out.
Yeah.
Gonna claw your brains out.
But not the smaller version. The large. I mean, not the bigger version. The smaller version. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job, everybody.
Thank you, meow.
It's a bird. Damn, it wasn't an emu.
Another 3-letter word. A V. Travis, Ravine, logo. Oh, it's a G?
What?
Oh, 5. Oh! Ah! Holy cow! I can't believe that's one of the word options.
Fuck off.
That is so obvious now. Think video games, guys. Your clue is video games.
Oh!
Clue is video games because I'm nice.
It's GTA.
You did a beautiful drawing, though. Beautiful drawing. Beautiful drawing.
There we go. Maybe this will.
I just was not expecting a video game.
Oh no. Fuck, I can't draw.
Because we're not doing video games, I wasn't expecting that.
Side profile. Sorry, guys. Don't judge my drawings. I am so sorry. He sucks.
He
I don't
with
know
hair.
how- It's not hair.
Guy. Mask.
Think mythology. Greek mythology specifically. It's really bad.
Wind me up, please. I got you. Here, I'll share. Meow. I share. You can have some wine.
Greek mythology.
Cheers.
He's got hoofies.
Cheers, man.
Oh, it looks good. Go.
You're
Hey,
welcome.
is that people?
I'm sorry.
Greek mythology.
Really bad. Percy Jackson. He's
In
a
high
cat.
heels.
No, it's a minotaur.
Minotaur. Oh, okay.
I just.
It's
I
a
didn't know
minotaur.
how else to
No,
draw.
it's okay, because I.
The horns.
Oh my god. These are all hard.
Did it pretty good.
God, I wish I knew how to draw this character. You guys are gonna hate me because I don't know how to draw a character at all.
It's not Bob's.
It's not. Oh, hurry, undo. I'm gonna run out of time. Kazi! Oh my god, it's not this dude.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It's not him.
Not that one.
It's the other one with lots of yellow
It's the
and purple. Let's see, purple.
It's
Purple
the evil
dude.
version of Mario.
Yeah, with the W. There we go. I'll give it away a little bit. There's the W.
Oh, he was getting
Wario.
Ran out of time.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm terrible drawing. I blame that one on me. That one's all on me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys can draw with your freaking mice. I cannot.
I don't know. I couldn't remember what Wario looks like in my head. I know he's just got this sinister face, like, but I couldn't.
Scraggly mustache.
But I couldn't picture it. I can't see it, so I'd have to look it up.
Lightning, like bolt.
Like right,
Yeah.
like Wario.
Yeah.
I gotta look. How do I spell like Wario? Oh my god, what does Wario look like? There he is.
Hey,
Oh, he's got his W on his hat.
Yeah.
There we go. There he is. With the ziggy mustache. There we go. Oh, you can't see because of the dang purple boxes.
Yeah, no, you can see it though. That's okay. We got it.
It's alright. I got purple boxes in the way. Covering up all the ads because I hate ads.
If I played that game, I would have known.
There you go, guys.
Not really. Ever played
Wario.
a Mario game. I just.
Wario.
And Waluigi.
He has his own game.
Yeah.
I don't even know this. This is terrible.
With purple suspenders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could have did purple suspenders. And then the hat with the W. Yellow hat with a W. And then I'll have to remember that for next time.
And that
Yeah.
had like the Minotaur. If you
Mhm.
Yeah,
just
I
drew a
had
horse-
Minotaur.
If you just drew a horse.
No, that's a
with-
centaur.
Cow.
It's a centaur.
A Minotaur.
It's more like a bull.
Yeah, but if you just drew like a centaur.
Thank you for the love, Sassy.
Uyaro being like, man.
No.
No. Okay.
No, I was gonna really try and draw a fucking Minotaur. Okay? I was really trying.
Fair enough.
And
I got him on
did a pretty
Etsy
damn good job.
I mean, I
from a streamer that draws emotes.
get it, so I mean, it's kind of questionable.
I can DM it to you. All these were done by a streamer
Some of
who
mine
draws
are
emotes
fucking
and posts them on
so-
Etsy for people to download. All the Pokemons were.
Hey, that's a Litten behind you, isn't it, Kim?
Litten? Yes, I have a Litten and a Score Bunny back there. I do not have the other one
Score
though.
Bunny too.
Why isn't my thing working? I wanted to post the emotes.
I hate it when
My
that happens.
thing hates me. Your thing doesn't work right.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, it happens. It's
Should go to the
life.
doctor and get that taken out.
No, I mean that or work too well and too fast.
The game is like Vicodin and that shit just doesn't do well.
I have kimono booty stickers on my draw. Yeah. Do you have that emote? I don't know who has access to that emote now. Because I changed it.
I can't remember anything.
That was the OG emo. I like using that one.
Yeah, I think it's like tier 2 now, or I think it's tier 2, and then tier 3 is the Gaslam or something weird like that.
What's this?
This is tier 3, I think. Yeah, my booty's tier 3. You get paid tier 2 for the booty, and you get paid tier 3 for the Gaslam. It's terrible.
I got message the other day.
That's terrible.
Into your channel.
Uh-huh.
It was something like what the fucking hell was it? It's like your Kitty this. Hold on. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna get you the definitive what happened when I turned to your in terms of like commenting to your channel.
Mona's grabbing her Pokemons.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing me.
Yeah, I want to see Litten and Score Bunny.
Don't you see my Score Bunny too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We both have a Score Bunny. But I don't have the owl.
So it's through,
Rowlet, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have Rowlet.
Score
They're
Bunny's
missing their
part
buddy.
They look so cute, Kim.
But Score Bunny's from
Felix! Which one am I missing of the three? Which one of the three?
You're missing 2 of the 3 from that one.
Aren't
You're
these two?
missing...
These two aren't in the same one, are they?
No.
My brain is fuzzy right now. Just check your waiting room, please.
Mono
Okay,
and I
Felix.
we have the same Score Bunny.
We do.
I even have an Umbreon somewhere. Where's my Umbreon? I'm gonna go find my Umbreon. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, so when I hit tier 3 on comments through Kimono's channel, or even just Kimono, I got a message come up being like some freaking.
What other Pokemon do you want to see? Get rid of them, losers. Epic is the best fire starter. It's epic. I do water and leaf.
Kitty.
Awesome plushies, thank you.
Cow or something, sure that was. That's what I got.
I have a small Umbreon. Like, I don't even know where it's at right now.
I mean,
Leon.
here's my fave. We got Skitty.
Kitty.
Little baby
I did have an
Skitty.
Espeon.
Little tail.
Espeon again.
And then my favorite starter, Piplup.
So I got.
And then my favorite Sword and Shield.
Kitten on the prowl. On the prowl.
Oh, that's
Kitten on the
a
prowl.
Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Discord thing. Now I'm sad. I painted a cat hair
I love my
under my nail.
Corviknight. I love Corviknight. He's so
I
awesome.
have a
Delicatty is cool. Delicatty's okay, but I love Skitty
cat
better.
hair
I like
on my
Skitty
nail
better.
now.
You know, just like
Little tail, so
pull it,
cute.
like out the way, and it doesn't do anything.
No, it's dried
He is
over.
evilly adorable. Corviknight is spooky though. I know.
Like I can't even reach the edge of it. It's like fully underneath.
Corviknight is super spooky, but for some reason I love him. I love him to
Nail
death,
polish.
which is weird of me. I don't usually like spooky, dark, ghost type
I don't have
Pokemon.
one.
You know, like not as like my favorites, but Corviknight I just fell in love with. But I love like crows
It takes
and ravens.
forever for my
So
hair to dry, so like I don't even bother with a hair dryer.
I want to be. Oh no, he fell. I want to befriend them. I want to like. Does anybody else want to make friends with crows and have them bring them shiny things?
With the crows.
Yeah, have them bring you shiny things.
Yeah.
Corvin, oh, super cool. I love my Corviknight. I wish he was soft so I could cuddle him and sleep with him because I would. Yes, I like crows and ravens.
Odin
I'll
turns
get there
up as a-
eventually.
Odin turns up as like a murderer.
Ravens.
Put it that way.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite Sword and Shield new releases.
And then they're like, oh yeah.
Got to go. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, Azzy. Thanks for hanging out.
I
I appreciate you. Sending loves, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you had fun and you got to play Scribblio.
You know what?
I don't know.
We really
if
should get back
Oh.
into Vikings. I fucking loved it.
I wanna
Where did my... I gotta fix this.
Meow. What this is from.
Lost.
Ice Age.
No, this is from
I changed it.
the 90s.
Thank you so much, Tifa, for the raid of the party of one. Welcome, Tifa. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing awesome. I appreciate you. Were you playing Scribblio? Scribbly.io? Long time no see. Indeed. But it's awesome to have you here. There you go. League of Legends Teamfight Tactics. Streaming Scribblio! Yes! I haven't played League and Teamfight Tactics in so long, but I actually opened the game the other day. I opened the game the other day just so I could cash out all my Twitch Prime stuff, and I gained like 12 champions. Let me get this right, 12 champions, just because I had not played it in so long and I had so many Prime things I had to redeemed. I was playing Among Us first. We were playing Golf with Friends first. Golf with Friends and then switched to Scribblio. And the other day we played Chef Squad, and that was lots of fun. That was the first time I had played Chef Squad. Now we're sharing stuffed animals and various things. But yeah, Pokemon. If you're a Pokemon fan. Love my Pokemons. Do you like Pokemon? Yeah, Chef Squad is stressful. And lit and yeah, we're sharing Pokemons. Hi Kimono, welcome, Random. Welcome. Random, how are you doing? I'm playing Among Us. I love Pokemon. I have a Pokemon community game. Yes! Have you seen any of my art? Have you seen any of my Pokemon art? I love Charizard. Charizard is beautiful. I love Charizard. Also, happy belated Women's History Month. Oh, thank you so much.
I know, because it's before.
I don't think so. Okay, well, let me grab some of my paintings that we're going to do art streams. And I haven't done one in like a month, to be fair, because I've been busy working 2 jobs. So I haven't had a chance to do it. But I will probably start back up on Wednesdays. Be right back, okay? I will show you guys some of my Pokemon paintings, though. Let me gather them up.
It makes a huge difference. It was literally for like specifically little children.
Fair enough.
Ah! Dropping stuff.
Oh yeah, okay, well that totally makes a difference.
Yeah.
Do you remember Naughty?
Huh?
Naughty?
Welcome back.
Naughty?
Skitty. I mean, Eevee. One of my Eevee paintings. And then, Skitty. My fave. I love Skitty, of course, because I love cats. I didn't even put on my cat ears tonight. I'm a slacker. It's Friday night. I've been drinking also. I will warn you guys. I'm sorry. I've had wine tonight. My Pikachu painting.
I'm gonna show you Naughty.
And then I have one that I've been working on that I need to finish. If I'm up to it Wednesday, I will do an art stream again.
No.
And I'll work on my painting.
Do you know Naughty?
Nope, I don't know Naughty.
But yeah, Drifloom and Driftblim. As in, you know those hot air balloon photos? With all the hot air balloons? I'm kind of doing that with Pokemon, though. And then also, of course, Litwick. Litwick's here, too. So, this one isn't finished yet, of course. But this is the one I've been working on. You've been doing a lot of big changes to your stream? Awesome. Sometimes it's a positive thing. Fresh start, new beginnings, exciting things.
It's on Disney Plus again. Oh my god. It's on Disney Plus.
But yeah.
I need Disney Plus.
Also, starting Sunday? Sweet. What kind of changes are you making? What are you working on? What are you doing? If you don't mind sharing. Also, if you catch Pokemon community game. New stream overlays? Awesome, 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 awesome. You know what? Let me double check something real quick. Let's see.
I loved like Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes or anything like that.
Make sure I give you a follow.
So that was the ones that I kind of focused a lot on.
Well, so
I
a lot of what I
think I'm following you, but I'm not sure. So let me double check.
when I was a kid.
So what's
My
that?
mom
Sorry.
had a
Ah!
my
Now
mom
I'm
had a
following you.
problem,
Thank you again
so
for that raid.
if it didn't have words in it, we usually didn't watch it.
By getting help on your Discord, nothing wrong with that. Discord community is a lot to manage. My Discord community is almost at 300 people. It's not super large. It's semi-active, you know. Especially on Fridays. Everybody's ready to hang out and play community night games. But it can be a lot to manage.
Tom and Jerry for fucking hours.
And if you got friends, it helps.
Told at that point in time that we steered too close.
And you can hear my friends in the background. Because we're playing community night.
That kind of shit. So for me, my wee brother, it was a lot of it was Tom and Jerry.
There.
Looney Tunes.
Yeah, either I'm too busy or I'm too exhausted to work on it. Ah, yeah. Get that. I work 40 hours a week, and this whole month I've worked 60 hours a week. So it's been OP. So Discord and streams have kind of been on a... I still get my Friday night streams in the past 2 weeks, but I usually try to stream 2 to 3 times a week, but lately I've only been able to stream once the past 2 weeks. It's been kind of hectic. Yeah, you're more than welcome to join Discord. Check it out. It's a pretty friendly community. We got lots of stuff going on. You're welcome to join. If you have any Discord questions, let me know. Looking to see who got welcome tonight. Pat joined us tonight. Memes. Of course we have all the memes. Everybody has memes. Ta-da. But my Discord community loves anime, memes, what else do we talk about? Music. A lot of the, typical things. But if you're looking for memes, we're pretty good on making sure we post lots of memes. I don't know. I personally am in a lot of Discords and constantly looking for memes. I'm terrible. I love memes. But we also have, Vinted, Hype It, kind of like health, general health kind of things that we look out for each other in my community. Yeah, hold on. I like to think my community is pretty friendly. There's always the occasional toxic person in every community, but my community is general pretty loving and caring. Just kidding! I do need to do some more paintings though. I've had a request for like Haunter and Mewtwo, so maybe I'll do like some kind of spooky painting after I finish this one. This one's kind of spooky in itself if you know the history behind Drifloon and Driftbloom. They kidnap children. Yeah, it's terrible. Yes. Dreams. Hold on. What did you say? You want your Mewtwo? You heard me talking about it, didn't you?
Sorry, the temperature dropped like drastically, and I was freezing my ass off. So.
Dreams wants me to paint Mewtwo. So did you happen to see what temperature your house was at? Did you see what temperature your house was at?
No, I had the windows open.
I think we were talking about it the other day. That's what I was guessing.
Yeah, I know, because it was
out.
Close the windows.
They're closed. That's why I got up.
I can't see my dang screen. There you go. I need more monitors. 2 is not enough.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning for me.
Oh, you're gonna crash? Okay.
No, I'm not crashing, but well, I don't want to crash, but I like tomorrow.
You probably should.
Banging day. And if
Oh.
goes right and you're on Discord, then I will partly invite you along to what's gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna be fucking great. So my wee cousin is taking
Level
over
up.
as part manager in a pub in my area. The opening day is today, but we have my family, my friends, and all of us kind of trying to support rather than tonight. So
I don't hear you, Meow.
I'm gonna try and invite you along, but you're probably gonna hear a lot of people, especially in Scottish, being like, Aiden's a cunt, Aiden's this, Aiden's that, because that's just.
It's just how Scottish people are.
Well, do you know what?
Your friends.
To some degree, endearment comes in many forms. Those who can't express it, and those who struggle to express it. My friends and family don't know how to express it, so they just do it in the only way they know, just slagging each other off, if that makes any sense.
Thank you, Meow.
So
I love my fluffy fur babies. I'm just gonna cuddle.
Then I'll, I guess, see who's in this channel.
Does it depend. What's time? Because we also have our WrestleMania event tomorrow night at 8 p.m.
Well, if you're all here and I see on my phone that a lot of you are on Discord, then forgive the interruption because there's going to be like a load of people being like, hey, this, cunt, that.
No, invites are always welcome. Pikachu, Nolan, Vulpix costume. Yes!
If you see that.
So cute. Like the little coat ruff too.
I don't know how best to explain it. I mean, okay, so how many of you were about when it came around to like New Year's?
Oh yeah. All your friends and stuff, yeah. When you did the foghorn thing.
So it's basically going to be like that, but we're all going to, like, I'm going to try and point the camera to like.
Where's your favorite electric type?
So you'll probably hear a load of people just yapping and me just trying to say hi.
Yeah, you're fine.
On that note, it's 5:15 in the morning. Love you loads. You have fun. Yeah. Thanks very much for the games. Appreciate it.
Good night, dreams.
Peace out.
Night night.
Before I go. Sorry for potentially acting like a fucking idiot.
No, you're fine.
It's fine.
We're all just having Friday night. There's nothing wrong with that.
Just chilling, having fun.
Love you loads. Peace out. Bye-bye.
Love you, man. Catch you later. Bye. I'm just showing off Pokemon. Cheers, Moto. Thank you, Will. Thank you. I'm sharing all my Pokemon babies.
Oh, hi, Im.
Hi, Imp. Can I get a shout out for Imp? Mori Pico. I need the other version. Is it Mori Pico? Is that how you say it? Mori Pico?
Yeah.
Mori Pico? Mori Pico. I need the other one. If you could have any Pokemon as a pet, it would be Skitty. I'm sorry. The plainest Pokemon you can get, you know, Skitty. My cute, adorable Skitty, running in circles on my sofa to find its comfy spot. Unless I chose the legendary. Oh god. If I chose the legendary, oof. I don't know. Something I could ride. Hell yeah. We're gonna fly.
Oh, then
Right on. Lugia. I don't know. I'm gonna fly. If I could only have one, it might not be Skitty. It might not be my precious Skitty, because I can just have a pet cat. It would have to be a legendary Pokemon that I could fly and ride. What's your opinion on Mewtwo? Apart from the person that just left, Mewtwo is not my favorite. I love Mew. I love Mew, the original form. I love Mew so much more because I obviously love cats. Yeah. But Amph, I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. Zapdos? You would have a pet Zapdos. Yes. And you could zap everybody, and you could fly on the back of Zapdos and hopefully not get electrocuted. I mean, if you can ride a Ponyta and not catch on fire, you should be able to ride a Zapdos and not burn alive.
Hi, Meow.
3 legendary beast? I don't know. Which one is your favorite? You're learning. It's all good. I would, I get into the argument of whether they're cats or dogs back and forth too. Because it's Suicune, Entei, and what's his name? Not that, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I love Suicune, honestly, but I always lean toward water and earth types. Raikou. Yes, Raikou. I made it into your Discord. Let's go. Yes! Let's go. Welcome. We also have a Nintendo channel. I occasionally can be found on Switch. I wish I had so much more time to play video games. I would stream for you guys every night. I really would. I love streaming. But work life. Yeah. Right now work is meh. Still type Pokemons? They're okay. There's only one that's really effective in Pokemon Go. Entei would be mine. Aw, you like Entei. Yeah, I think Raikou probably is the last of the list. I think people probably lean to Suicune or Entei. The story behind Entei, if you ever seen that. Pokemon movie is pretty cute. Now you're gonna make me pull up Pokemon Go. What was I talking about? I forgot! I was gonna look up something. Still types. Oh yeah. Skarmory is pretty interesting. And then, but he's not the best still type. To me, at least in Pokemon Go, what's his name is the best? Let's see. Yeah, no. Not Meltan. No, not Meltan.
No, it's not.
Megaton. Magneton is the best still type, at least in Pokemon Go. What's your opinion on Magneton? I'm a nerd in Pokemon Go. Imp can confirm. Rain can confirm. Imagine running into Entei from Pokemon 3. Oh my god, I would be terrified. I would be terrified running into any Pokemon. Probably. Except for maybe Skitty. Or Piplup.
Oh, it's Mono's shirt. You can't have Mono's shirt.
Can I have that shirt, please? My Twitch shirt. Nice. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, they're on Amazon. I do have my own merch though, but I'm not wearing it tonight. Catch your Pokemon. I think Magneton is okay. Also, my favorite still type is Argon and Metagross because they have badass designs. Yeah, Metagross is pretty awesome. Argon reminds me more of, the a dinosaur type, you know, of form and shape. He's definitely strong. I need to make merch. I have a merch link here. And I got t-shirts other than just... Oh, look at you! And I got Thank you, Rain! You're the best mod. Best mod.
Oh, I'm the only mod here.
I know, my mods are slackers. Ah.
Alright, I say we fire all of them and I'll just run the whole place. It's fine.
I think Meowguard needs to be a mod, but he won't volunteer yet. He's always here. What did you say, Meow? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if my app is wonky, but I said back when I was a kitten, I used to have a sword. I would punch them off.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when
You
you had a sword.
You called it. You called the Pokemon.
I did. I have no idea what I just caught, but it's a...
You know, it's a good question. That one's not coming to the top of my brain right now, but that's probably because I'm on my third glass of wine and we won't talk about it. Oh, that's one of the fossil ones. No wonder it doesn't come to my mind. It's one of the weirdos. One of the piecemealed scientific research fossil Pokemon that they piecemealed these dang Pokemon together. Poor things. I feel sorry for them.
It looks like it's like a cross between like
Artizolt. Here, I'll show you guys. I'm just like...
a fossilized bird on a dino. Aww.
I'll show you guys, because I'm just like, I'm not a big fan of this one at all.
No.
This one. The poor fossil thing. The piecemealed fossil ones from Bits and Bits that the scientists said, here, let me take these bits and build a Pokemon for you. We think this is kind of what they looked like, but we're not really sure. We brought this thing back to life with all the pieces we found. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like Litwick and a Lugia and a Wellord and a... I don't know, a Zapdos got combined or something, and it's just... I find these very odd. Not a fan of these guys. I feel sorry for them.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But yeah. Let's see. Oh, this illustration version of it is pretty interesting that somebody did. Look at this. It looks like a chocobo almost now. It's like a chocobo well.
No, that's a velociraptor mixed with a
I know, but the head, just the feathers and stuff.
velociraptor. Velociraptors are feathered.
From Final Fantasy, yeah. Good night. Get some sleep. Turtle. Don't burn him. He's a guest. You can't burn him. You can't burn him. Imp is awesome. Are you streaming tonight, Imp? Or are you done for the night? But Puddles wants to play. KimonoKat wants to play.
Yeah, but when he wants to play with Monty, it's really annoying because Monty bites.
This is true. See you later. Good night, Tifa. Thank you so much for hanging out. And welcome to the Discord. Welcome to the Discord. Exclamation laugh. Oh no. I wish laugh was one. That would be awesome. I don't have a laugh one. I have quite a few though. Got salty. And then we have roar, of course. It's terrible. Terrible. Meow's favorite. Oh, I broke the bot. There we go. Eh. Tifa gets kisses. Hugs are on cooldown. We can't give too many hugs in the stream. You guys need to stop with the hug OP. Just kidding. I'm gonna break the bot by spamming its death. Thank you for the love, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, fine. Fuck it. So I don't get to scream.
You don't get to scream? Nope. You broke the scream command. Broke it. Let's see. There. That was a yawn. I just had to get that out. I don't know where that came from. There was a yawn in there somewhere. If you could hug any Pokemon, which one would it be? Oh my god, I don't know. Probably back to Skitty or Piplup. Back to Skitty or Piplup. Which one? Oshawott. Oshawott. Wouldn't he be like all wet and gross though? Piplup would be cold and wet. Cold and wet, or warm and fluffy. Warm and fluffy. I don't know. The Scorbunny might be kind of warm and... Scorbunny would be warm and cuddly and fluffy too, but he would probably kick me.
Or Fuecoco. Fuecoco needs hugs. Because he's got nothing in that
He-
brain of his.
Pichu would zap the crap out of me. Litten would body slam me. Would you hug a Tedpig? Why not? Tedpig is cute. And what about Lechonk, guys? Lechonk is cute.
Yes. Lechonk.
Refreshing your Discord app. Okay, meow. Lechonk. Be chonky. I love that name. Who else would name a pig after something being chunky as chonky other than Pokemon? That's just so messed up. Lechonk. Poor pig. And then, like, you know... Hold on, then get back to the right panel. Lechonk. Poor pig on a spindle. Roasting the poor pig. Poor Lechonk. Oh, there's Link holding a Lechonk. Oh my god, I love that.
Oh my god.
That is so cute. Zelda meets Pokemon. I love it.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, I need to save that for a friend. I need to save that for my friend.
I love how we can see all the things you might want.
I know. It's all good. There's nothing to see here. There's no obvious naming conventions that we have to worry about. Thank God.
He's gonna throw him. That's what you do. Throw the chunk. He's a good hefty boy to throw.
Yeah, I saved it. Who did that mod? I don't know. Yeah, he's totally gonna throw it.
Right for throwing and bullying.
Yeah. See nothing, you see nothing, you see nothing. There you go. But fighting types? I'm not a fan of fighting types.
No, most of them look like they're human, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. They're like gross human forms.
That's why I don't like
Mm-hmm. I'm all about the keep the Pokemon on their 4 feet when it comes to the last couple of gen releases. Even Sprigato, I'm so upset that Sprigato got up on 2 feet. I don't know. Even the Sprigato is not too bad, but Lucario is pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. If you're gonna pick one, Lucario is pretty. Yeah.
That one's probably the only one I can really be okay with. Just because it.
Yeah, Lucario, and then what's the name? The plant one. The plant fighting type. My brain is fried. Genshin made Diluc into a cat. What? Not Chestnut, but the maybe not Chestnut, but the one that they just did the Pokemon. Well, they didn't do it just recently. They've done Pokemon Go community days on.
The Nuzleaf one, right?
No. Not words. Why? There's only like 1,008 Pokemon to remember the names of. Only 1,008. If you can remember all 1,008, bless you. Bless you. So. I mean, Blaziken's pretty cool. Blaziken's pretty cool as a fighting type.
Oh yeah, Blaziken. Chicken.
Yeah, fighting fire chicken. I need a fighting fire chicken in my life.
Oh my god.
And then, oh god, why can't I remember the freaking name? Maybe it's more of a psychic type than a fighting type. Maybe that's okay.
Turtle. I need to Luke as a cat right now. Right this freaking instant.
Did you Google it or something? Did you Google it?
Turtle sent it in the Genshin thing.
Oh, like Glade. Like, also, Lucario's shiny version, let's just say shiny version is dope. I like shiny version. And then, what is the base form of...
Hi.
Welcome. Where's it at? God, there's so many Pokemon. Only 1,008. 1,008. Isn't that what the number is? Don't we have a command for that on the number of Pokemon?
There are 1,008 Pokemon.
I think she's not considered a fighting. I think she's considered a psychic. That's the problem that I'm looking for.
So I came back purely because I couldn't really quite go to sleep with just like a little bit of Coca-Cola left and a little bit of Jack Daniels left.
Well, welcome back.
At the end of the day, I was just like,
Treebeard is a plant fighting. Okay, well, there's a Rhydon. Rhydon's pretty cool. Let's catch Rhydon.
Like, tomorrow is going to be like my main night out.
Tier B.
So far, I'm kind of like, well, you've seen Paddy. Paddy's pretty fucking pissed,
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
And I'm just like, well, if he can get that pissed and I'm kind of reasonably sober, then might as well just kind of, push the boat out and go up till like 7 o'clock in the morning or some stupid shit.
Oh my god, no. You should still probably try and sleep. Oh my god!
What did you do?
The Keychain one too!
Yeah, I gotta stop getting. I need to get off my phone. Pokemon Go. In Genshin?
Yeah.
No!
Yeah, aren't they cute?
Diluc?
Diluc and Kiku
Kiku?
and Cookie.
Cookie? Is that how you say that one? Cookie? Oh my god, okay. I gotta open these. Okay, we're on to Genshin now. Let's see. I will share with you guys. Oh, wrong command. There we go. Okay. Diluc as a cat. There you go. Kiku is electric girl with mask. Yes. Kiku. Love it. She reminds me of Sprigato, like a feisty cousin of Sprigato. And this one is just adorable. I want to cuddle that one.
Oh my god.
Can I cuddle? Can I cuddle? I need the cat forms. Can we play Genshin as cats only?
Please.
Well, they're all cats, and we have to play all their cat forms. Yeah, meow.
When do I get to get Ayato? I really want Ayato.
Okay, so we diversed. We went from Pokemon to Genshin. Thank you, Turtle. I'm playing Turtle. Genshin is you guys gonna have me pulling up Genshin and playing Genshin in a few minutes if it wasn't almost 1 in the morning for me. Oof. Yeah. That's almost, but I missed you guys. I haven't streamed in a week. I haven't streamed since last Friday. And before that, I didn't stream since the Friday before because I've been so busy. And I felt really bad. I miss you guys. So here we are. It's hard for me to hear meow. You live in the Eastern time zone too? Yeah, I do. I totally do. I'm here in Florida. So. Central is best. Hmm. I don't know. We're closer to the European folks who can actually tune in.
Yeah, that is true.
I think that's why I have so many friends who stay up all night like dreams here.
Oh, should be going to bed.
Bed is you know, we sleep when we die. That's what I say. We sleep when we die, right?
No,
That's when we sleep.
No, don't encourage her. Oh my god.
We sleep when we die.
No.
Cheers. Cheers to life and living.
Don't encourage Mono. Please don't.
I'm encouraging life and living. I'm not encouraging death, but here we go.
No, I'm saying don't encourage her to not sleep, ma'am.
I'm very proud of myself. I have been doing better on sleep, even though it makes me feel miserable. I've been getting almost 7 hours of sleep a night. There are still the occasional 4.5 hours, but it's still a big improvement from sleeping 3.5 to 4.5 for like 5 years. So it's a big improvement, but it's hard. Thank you. Turtle, you get me.
I know that I snore when I sleep, and I got like this thing for like my nose, which kind of keeps my so I've got a deviated septum.
Deviated septum that keeps you from sleeping.
Yeah, well.
What I will let you never sleep, Turtle.
Closes, but then it
must play Genshin.
It kind of puts me to snore. So I got this thing for my nose, which kind of keeps the nostrils flared out to a degree. And it actually is really hot.
You posted an animated version?
Does that make any sense?
Can I open this? Oh my god. Oh, I just downloaded it. It won't let me. Open.
Click on it to open it. You don't need to like download it.
There you go. Stop. Play. Do whatever your thing is. Start over. There he goes. Oh, he's so cute! Luke is so cute!
Right.
Oh my freaking god.
Luke is best kitty.
Yeah. Then what are these other ones? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
Genshin.
It's a ball of yarn with a fish in it. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're so cute. I am showing the right screen, right? Yeah, I am. Okay. That Pokemon is evil in a small package. I know. It's actually one of the few evil Pokemon I like. What does that say about me? All of a sudden I'm liking dark Pokemon when I never did before. Like, I love Provodon, Moripeko. I don't even have the other version of Moripeko, the nice version. What's your opinion on poison type Pokemon?
Poison type, best type.
Nah. Trying to remember right off the top of my hand who my favorite is. It's poison type. They're pretty tough to fight against, to be real. They're not fun in battle. They do all those status things to you. Those eyes. Okay. Coughing and muck. I don't know. Coughing just reminds me of a smoker's cough. And muck is just gross. But I'm such a girl. I'm such a girl when it comes to poison type. Let's see, poison type Pokemon. Let me pull them up real quick. I want to kind of look at them real quick and give you.
I prefer ghost types, but.
Yeah, I would prefer ghost types over poison, other than the Crobat, because I love the shiny form. But is he really poison, or is he just no poison move?
He's poison flying.
He's poison flying, okay. But my favorite version of Crobat is the shiny, and I name him Watermelon because he looks like a watermelon. He's green and pink like a watermelon. Thank you for the lurk, Mew.
Now, if I had to choose
welcome back.
Poison type to use, it'd probably be like.
Back to sleep tomorrow. Wakes you up. Turtle, wake up! Turtle, 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 wake up! Sorry.
Granted, I do like Ghastly Haunter and Gengar, and they're a secondary poison, so.
But yeah. That's more like ASMR when we kill. Shiny Crobat is watermelon. He's a watermelon Pokemon. That's the one I like. What about you, Random? What's your opinion on poison type? You're asking us all the questions. I kind of want to know your answers too. Keeping that as my morning wake up ringtone. Well, then I gotta fix it. It's Myrtle, 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 Myrtle. It's not turtle, it's Myrtle. Cat turtle. Myrtle. You think they're alright? Definitely not my faves. Poison are not my faves. I hate fighting them.
I have no idea. I didn't see it.
This one with the poison type screen? What are you saying about the screen I had up?
Oh, yeah, the Crobat.
Oh, yeah. I need to start collecting Pokemon cards more of them. I blame Rain. She opened packs in Discord today and just like opened.
$100 card.
Yeah, she got a $100 card. Tell us about this card, Rain. Tell us about this card.
So like, I spent $30, right, when I was at
Yeah.
GameStop getting Pokemon
Yeah.
cards because
Yeah.
they brought the new Scarlet and Violet ones out. Well, I happened to open a pack and it's a fucking Koraidon.
Hold on, just to validate this.
A holographic Koraidon EX. That's a secret rare. 254 out of 198. It's hollow.
It's a hollow. Yeah, I didn't include the hollow before.
Yeah.
What?
Only
How
an
do you spell
hollow.
the name? How do you spell the name?
Koraidon, and it's an EX. It's great. He's so pretty.
Yeah, it's 100 quid.
Yeah. But it depends on where you go, because that's the one on eBay, right? The single listing that's on whatever it is.
Yeah. So I've got a Pokemon Japanese Scarlet EX.
So this is English. It's not Japanese.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not worth nearly as much, but it's English. It's great. I love it.
It's definitely 100 quid. 100% it's 100 quid.
Yeah, but again, you have to kind of look at their sources, unfortunately. But he'll live in my little folder of hollows because he's special.
Do you know what? Like, although you have that folder of like business, what scares me is that
I'm never gonna like lose my Pokemon cards. Like
No,
they're
I
one of
get
the first things that get packed and moved like anywhere.
what scares me is that like when I first started getting like Pokemon cards, I never really kind of valued them as such.
I want Pokemon.
Didn't put them in sleeves, didn't put them in this, didn't put them in that. It's kind of more like a trading thing. And now that I see the value of cards, such as like ones that you've got where it's like £100 or $100, I'm just like, mate, fucking you put that in a steel case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
PC.
see, like for
Let's
me,
teach you like
I
electric.
don't care about the value that
Old
belongs to other
Raichu.
people.
Very old Raichu.
Hello, Raichu.
Yeah, it's an old Raichu. I have quite a few old ones in my collection. And then it's an old Pikachu ornament, the big fat Pikachu.
Oh yeah! Heck yes!
It's that old. And then for something newer, don't have any favorite flying and steel types. I love Skarmory, oddly enough. Then I have my lunchbox Pokemon that I will never open.
I can tell you it's still sealed. That's cool as fuck.
I want
Yeah.
one. Does it have Pokemon cards in it though?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh my god. That's gonna
Never
irritate
gonna
the
open it.
shit out of me.
It's got Pokemon cards in it. It's the anniversary edition lunchbox with. No, never.
Never gonna open it.
The guy almost wouldn't
No,
even
she
sell
got
it
one.
to me until I promised not to open it. Because he's like, one, lunchboxes are highly collectible.
Correct.
Two, Pokemon cards are highly collectible. So you got the combination. Plus, it's an anniversary edition. So he's like, don't open it. Basically, he was like, you're not going to open it. I didn't want to sell it to you because it was like a mom and pop, a local. And I was like, okay. I won't open it.
Like a lot of people love the suspense as to what's inside it as well. So like they might.
I like
I love
Pikachu
finding
and
out
Raichu, by the way,
Might be
although I
100,000
wish you had
dollars.
Aragon and Metagross
You know what I mean?
figures
Like,
and
it might be
plushies.
100,000
Yeah,
dollars
I would
just
love
to know
Metagross.
what kind of cards are a
I'm not a super
synthesizer.
fan of Aragon, but I get his prestige and his strength is amazing. Metagross is really cool though. I like the design because I'm all about art and design too, and I think Metagross's design is really nice. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of my character justification is based on design and whether I like the design or not. I would get you another one that you could open. Yeah. I mean, I could have bought two, but I think they were. I think they were like. I want to say I don't know. I think they were like $50 when I bought it. No joke, so I don't remember. Yeah, yeah. It was like Sauce and Tentacruel. He's annoying as heck when you face him in the water. How many Tentacruels did you face in the vast abyss of those oceans? And how many did you run into and were you forced to fight? Oh, he's an adversary. I hate him.
Fucking Tentacruel.
The design's pretty cool. I like Jellyfish, but I don't know. He was just always like,
Tentacruel is fucking awful.
He did his job very well. Oh, I drew a Tentacruel.
What's your lunchbox look like?
It's the 25th anniversary, like white and black one.
Okay.
I got a couple here.
Sketchbook time. Sketchbook time.
It's the white and black one, though.
Oh, I get stickers falling out of my sketchbook. Help, Rain. I have stickers. I have too many stickers. Help. Stickers.
Yeah, stickers. You could send them to me.
Okay.
And then, but yeah, I did a Tentacruel drawing that I actually really love.
You can still buy it on Amazon for like $50.
When I did one of those Inktoberfest where you have to draw a drawing every month of October. Oh, this is the wrong sketchbook. Where's the other sketchbook? I don't know. Take it. How do I have the wrong sketchbook?
My friend of the family gave me a Pokemon card. And they were like so happy that
Is this really the wrong sketchbook? It is. I don't know where my other sketchbook is. There's a cute kitty cat. Does that help? With a butterfly on his nose.
I need you to finish that one.
Yeah, that one. I love that one so much.
Make it like a regular painting.
Yeah, that would be a beautiful painting.
Yes. I would totally get that one from you for sure.
And then, yeah, this is not my normal Pokemon sketch. I don't know where my Pokemon sketchbook is. This one has a couple in it, but nothing special. This had a couple of the prompts in it.
What was that one?
Oh,
I'm happy.
Weedle.
Jokes is April Fool's.
Is that Weedle holding a needle? Oh, he's on a hook.
And Weedle on a hook, and Magikarp about to devour him. Yeah. That was one of the Inktober prompts.
You have to, 100% you have to paint that.
Yeah. I had so many designs. Oh, where's my other sketchbook though?
Weedle on a needle? I mean,
Weedle on a hook. No,
He's on a hook. Weedle Pokemon. Somebody's using him as fishing
Weedle
bait.
on a needle, though, would be kind of
That
hilarious.
sounds cool.
Weedle on a needle is like
Weedle on a needle.
Oh, fuck that elf on the shelf.
Okay, I found it. Okay.
But you know,
I knew it wasn't far. I was like, I just had this.
That is the work of
So,
the devil.
I gotta show you that Tentacruel drawing that I did. That's the whole point of this conversation. Because we did these Inktober prompts, and I did everything based on Pokemon for my Inktober prompts. And Tentacruel was actually one of my faves.
Oh, it's what he. Oh, yeah, the one that he. Candy.
Yeah. Because he's cruel. Tentacruel takes candy from the baby. The baby is Cubone. So Cubone is crying his eyes out because Tentacruel is taking his stuff. So, in order for you guys to see this better, I gotta turn off this front-facing light, but there. That is my Tentacruel and Cubone drawing. I bet you guys like that, so if you love Tentacruel, he's very cruel. He takes candy from babies, baby Cubones, who have lost their mother and wears their skull on their head. So, yeah. That's the story behind Cubone. That is his mother's skull on his head. So, if you didn't know that.
The most, actually, even about the fucking picture, is the fact that you've got depth on the front tentacles. Even just on the picture.
Yeah, just the depth on it.
If you were to
all the line work,
like color that in, just color that shit in, that you're like fucking highlighting it. That's it.
You know what was fun? Making sure I had every one of his freaking legs. And then some of these I wish I would have wrote down what the word prompts are because I don't remember. But those are Whale Lords and Naruto, like the adult version of Naruto, and of course the Naruto clouds from Naruto. So
The Katsuki clouds.
yeah, I don't remember what the prompt was for that one. But I did so many of these. Like
I was talking maybe like 2 weeks ago about getting the draft.
When I first watched Pokemon, I thought Kangaskhan was the final evolution of Cubone. I mean, it kind of does look like that. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that. Oh, thank you, Meowguard, for posting my YouTube link. Yeah, guys, check out my YouTube. Give me a follow. I'm trying to, you know, increase my subscribers.
Getting the draft table.
Thoughts on Kabuto's? He's a fighting type, and he's like a top, and I don't know. I'm not a fan. But again, my judgment is often based on design and not on functionality or ability of the Pokemon. I'm kind of biased on just the way they look, being an artist. So if they look really cool, then I love them. I think it'd be like the best, most powerful Pokemon ever. And
you mean like Mewtwo?
I'm not gonna care.
No.
Oh, you like electric type.
Fucking love
No, I can't hear you, Meow. There's Jolteon. Kabutops is actually a water rock type and an evolved from Kabuto, the dome fossil. Is he really Kabutops?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
I'm probably thinking of a different Pokemon. Let me look up Kabutops real quick. Make sure I'm looking in the room. It's not the top one that spins upside down, right?
Guys and girls, for the last
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'm thinking about the wrong one. I'm thinking about the top one that spins upside down. Get some sleep, Dreams! Try again! Get some sleep, man.
When you're missing so much, you know what I mean?
It's just Pokemon. There's only 1,808 of them. You'll never catch up.
True. But it's amazing people that you're leaving behind. You know what I mean? You have to go to sleep. These guys are still...
Yeah, I understand that feeling of missing
We need
out.
to go to bed soon.
It is tough.
Because I never want to sleep.
Look, point being...
What is the command for it?
Tomorrow...
The number of Pokemon.
Tomorrow I'm going for a night out. I'm going to try and bring you along to a certain degree. How much of that becomes explicit or how much of that becomes like coherent, no idea.
Okay. Just let me know.
But
let me know.
It's the community game's still not updated for how many there are.
Kidding. Never finished kidding.
Kimono? Mewtwo.
Yes. Night. Mewtwo, I know. I don't think I have Mewtwo even in my sketchbook, which is sad.
I mean, I'm not
Muscle item.
I'm not ordering you to do something, I'm just please asking.
Please begging for Mewtwo. Good thing I was exposed to the first 150, 151 very young age. Yeah. So you're familiar with most of them. Okay, why are there like my babies? Also, you think of Hypnotop, by the way? Yes, Hypnotop was the one I'm thinking of when you say Kabutops. He's kind of cool looking. Kabuto is. He's very strong though in his evolved form. I remember using him a lot in Pokemon Go. He was really strong. Like if you level him up in Pokemon Go and you get him, he's a powerful adversary for gym battles. Bedtime, Ono. Okay. It is. I'm like rambling about Pokemon. I'm turning into an uber nerd. Don't fall asleep on me.
I didn't take a nap today. I
There's
didn't get my nap.
time version of
Celebi.
Celebi, yeah. Oh, and then my favorite is my Magikarp stuck in a bottle.
Oh. Poor guy.
Too bad Kabutops has a 4x grass weakness. Yeah, you definitely cannot pair him up with a grass Pokemon. I so need to do more art. I love art. Why am I neglecting my art? I don't know. Oh, this is the one you liked. When in Rain, the Octillery?
Yeah.
Octillery.
Sneaking into his
I'm
little
sorry,
brain.
Meow. It's like lit up constantly green, Meow, like you're trying to talk, but it's not. Acturn, of course he belongs in a plant pot. He's a freaking plant!
No, we could not hear you cursing.
No, I can't. I can't even picture Meow actually using curse words. Does Meow even curse?
Right? I don't think so.
Executor. I don't see Meow even cursing.
Like, I could hear you a little bit, but not a
I
whole
thought your
lot.
Pokemon is amazing. Do you have, by any chance, any colored Pokemon art? Other than the paintings I showed you? No, not at this time. I should definitely do more art streams. I was doing them every Wednesday for a while, and then we kind of broke off, and I'll probably get back to it. It's called Dreams and Inspirations Wednesdays, and I usually have a group of people doing different various of crafts and arts together. And it's usually pretty fun time, so we meet up in Discord and live stream all kinds of art together. I've been practicing digital art, but it's been a while since I've been at it. I want to do more digital art. Like, you know, digital illustrations. I'm very good at fine art and actually, you know, pencil and ink and oil paintings. But digital, not as much.
Ow, that hurts.
There, turn on my light again. I've been in the dark. Also, I'd love for you to draw a Charizard one day. I love that Pokemon despite its 4x rock weakness. Yeah, Charizard is so, like, iconic.
Speaking of Kangaskhan.
A wild Kangaskhan appeared! Throw your great balls? No! Great balls of fire. But yeah. Lady Rain is right. I should end stream soon and get some sleep because there's this thing called getting up and starting the next day for one, and I should actually work out. Ugh.
Ew.
Yeah, I know. Working out is gross. Who wants to do that?
Not me. I don't.
I do because I want to get in shape. You guys keep making me flex my muscles I don't have, so
Right?
you're gonna have to go be healthy or something.
Adam Ravenspan, we need to go to bed, sir.
Autumn, Venusaur, and Blastoise. Iconic, epic, originals. Love originals. Venusaur, plant type, flower, Blastoise, giant water gun, turtle. I mean, how can you not love the original Pokemon?
You're very quiet, yeah.
Right. No, I don't know.
It's like I kind of hear you. It's not a lot, but I can still hear you.
In fact, Venusaur
Yes,
is
I
half
know.
poison type. Yes. Gonna
Just
smack
like,
you with those vine whips and poison you to death.
Just like my Ghastly and my Hunter and my Gengar.
Yeah, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar are amazing. I keep getting requests on those. I probably will do a painting of that before I do you two, even though it's highly requested as well. Just because I like Haunter more.
I like Gengar. He looks good.
Solar Beam? I'm like squishing
I
my
like
poor
Solar
Piplup's head. No, sorry, Piplup. Where did Piplup's bow go? Did I drop it? Oh well. Here it is. I had put this bow on Piplup. It didn't really come with it, but
It's okay.
I had it wrapped around its neck at some point, somehow, someway. Little bow. He's just a baby. He's just a baby. Oh, I've been on TikTok too much. It's just a baby. Yes. Alright. Love your faces, guys. I'm going to end stream here. I'm gonna get some sleep. And I will catch you guys next time. Thank you so much for hanging in. Gyarados. Love Gyarados in red form. Should definitely be considered a dragon water type. So sad. But yeah. Or is it dragon? It might be. Anyway. Past my bedtime. Water flying. Yeah. Should be dragon. Yeah. Should be dragon type though.
Kind of. Yes.
I think
Yeah.
a low cat.
Oh, that's what mods are for. Good night. Enjoy your stream. Thank you so much. Thank you for talking Pokemon with me. I am not an expert. I am not a pro on Pokemon, but I love them to death, and I think that's all that matters. But everybody just gotta start somewhere. Good night, you guys. I'll catch you later. Night night. So we're gonna hit the buttons and things and stuff.
Yeah.
Dreams. Sweet dreams.